Screen up. There we go. We got the screen back up. All right. So we asked about Kate's death. Is there anything we haven't asked yet? So this is the guy we're talking to right now. Makes his own homebrew. Hmm. Something that's not adding up.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
Let's see what the hints say here. Show tips. There must be a contradiction somewhere. So get to work. That all matches. Okay. Last saw Kate, meaning Friday, Thursday. Kate often seemed drunk at the Atlas. Hmm. Thinks Emma had a similar necklace. Kate wore the necklace at college. Bought lots of new jewelry. Necklace was an unwanted gift. So what else is there?
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
something that just doesn't go together. Bike belongs to Simon's cousin. No. Doesn't know anything about the driver's license. Hmm.
Thank you.
Visit
Probably be
Emma.
back later.
Where would be something? Emma's, but gave it to Kate. Not seeing what it is. What do y'all think? Any help? None of that's gonna work. Maybe there's more information we don't have yet. Trying to figure this out.
That's all for the
Maybe
moment.
we're not
Thank you.
done yet. So what are we missing? Rebecca's pub. No one's answering. Call the chief again. No answer. Hmm. So where does this silver key go to? It says you're up something on it. Wrong way. We've already tried using this. Maybe there's some information we still need. It says there must be a contradiction somewhere. Wrong way. Ugh. Nothing here. Seems like we've already found everything for the time being.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Kate Ward at college. So what is it we're trying to match? So it says I'm missing something in a map.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Let's look at the map.
Kate at college, but why would he lie about... Mind?
All right, I think we're still needing to go back to this. So we got to go back and talk. Sorry, I was getting stumped, y'all. I think we got it now, though. So we got to talk to Simon.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
So It says only for 3 months. And then
Aha.
got it. Okay, I got it.
So how did you know Kate was wearing a freedom necklace 18 months ago? At college?
Well, I knew Kate at college, but I didn't get to know her till we started Atlas.
Right. So you didn't socialize with her at college?
No.
And you didn't socialize with her outside of Atlas?
No.
You didn't see her outside Atlas at all?
No. Not at all.
That doesn't look suspicious at all, does it? There, we got 2 achievements.
Simon did know Kate at college, but why would he lie about that? Maybe he knows Kate better than he's willing to admit. 6 o'clock. I wonder if Rebecca's working in the pub tonight.
Okay, so now we go to the pub. Alright, I think we're figuring it out now. Ding ding.
Sorry, what can I get you?
Detective Inspector Jenks. Rebecca, is it?
Yeah.
There's been an incident in the village. I'm conducting an investigation. Could I ask you a few questions, please?
Right. Come through.
Thank you.
She looks suspicious.
What's it about?
There's been an unexplained death locally. Not sure if you've heard.
The student?
Yes.
Yes, it was dreadful news.
You're married to Ryan, one of the Atlas leaders, yes?
I suppose I am, yes.
Well, I just wanted to ask a few questions about Kate and Atlas, if that's okay.
I don't know if I'll be able to answer any of them, but sure.
Does she look suspicious? We'll ask
Do you
about this.
recognize this?
I've seen students wearing them. Has some sort of meaning, doesn't it? I forget what it is now.
Seen anyone wearing one recently?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Know anything about Simon Thompson's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew?
Apparently.
No, we do buy from a microbrewery, but we don't usually buy from kitchen breweries.
Did you know Kate?
Not very well. She came in a few times, but she was quite a moody person.
She wanted to say moody
You could have
bitch,
few
everybody.
problems.
When was the last time you saw her?
Friday. She popped in for a minute.
And when was that?
7ish.
Was she on her own?
I didn't see who she was with. She put £20 on the bar and then left.
What was that for?
The
A
20
breakage,
was-
presumably.
£20? Just for a beer glass?
Well, she was very drunk. She just put it on the bar and then walked out.
Was there a broken glass?
Not that I noticed. But she was a strange girl.
Was she? Driver's
Have you
license?
seen this before?
No, sorry.
So
Not
you
even to
didn't
check
know
for
if
ID?
Kate had lost it.
No idea.
So I think that's everything. Buys a microbrewery. Doesn't buy the kitchen breweries. Didn't see who Kate was with. So is there anything for us to really match up with this?
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Go to the restaurant. Leave the pub. Behind the pub. Hey, what's up again, Phil? I finally got to the next section. Apparently, we do have to match words and
The broken
phrases and
window.
stuff that don't
Recently
match.
Smashed by the look of it. Might have to ask about that.
Maybe that's what she paid for. The $20. 20 pounds. Okay, so if we use the drop silver key. Okay, so now we can use it. So using an item, you can't just select a spot to use the item on. You just pick the screen that you need to use it on, and then you use it. Okay. So now we look. So we press that magnifying glass on the top right. Atlas. A mask.
I wonder whose mask this is. Rebecca's or Ryan's?
Investigate behind the shelves.
Just looks like junk, but it's too dark to tell.
Screwdriver. See. Oh, and again, Phil, if the internet, I mean, if the internet may break up here, and then within the next few hours, as they're working on my internet right now. So we go back this way. We go in the pub. We ask about the mask. Ding!
About a few more things, please.
Do you know what this is?
Oh, you'll have to ask Ryan about that.
So this is Ryan's.
It's to do with one of Ryan's methods on the course.
Go on.
Well, masks allow you to play at being someone different for a while. Students find it quite liberating.
So this would be for a student.
I think that one's Ryan's, but students do wear them, yes.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
do we know where
Probably
Ryan
be back
is?
later.
So now it wants me to go here. call him Ryan. Yeah, I know the different shots they have to do for it. So how do we get to that location? Okay. There's no pin there yet, and I just can't seem to get here. It shows like there's a back alleyway to connect there, so I gotta go back to the pub. And then I go back to... Nobody's here. Return to the bar. Leave the pub. Oh, I gotta ask the other one stuff. Okay. It wants me to search the woods, and I gotta ask the other people stuff now. All right, so we're knocking for Emma.
Questions, if that's okay.
Ask about
Ever seen
that.
this before?
Nope, I haven't, sorry. I think I'd have remembered it.
Okay. Broken pub window.
Know anything about a broken window at the pub round the back?
Pub, a broken window at the back. Yeah, I saw it was broken.
When was that?
I was in the pub on Monday with a college friend.
College friend, huh? So now we visit
Thank you.
Simon.
Probably be back later.
So now we ask him about
Have
the
a
mask.
look at this. Know anything about that?
I haven't seen this one, but it looks a lot like an Atlas mask. We use them for some of the workshops and stuff.
Really? How?
Well, you have to say something boastful or arrogant. You do it first without the mask, and then you say it with a mask.
And the point is?
Well, it's easier when you have the mask on, isn't it? people are not as afraid to be free about themselves, you know?
How did you find out about Atlas?
Well, it was advertised. Actually, I think I've still
So
got
how did he
the-
find out about Atlas?
This is the advert that was at my college. To be honest, I've learned more in 3 months at Atlas than I did in 3 years at business school.
Can I keep that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
I
new
suppose
item.
that might be useful as a conversational starter.
Ask about this one.
Do you know anything about a broken window at the pub?
No, I don't really go to the pub very often. I'm not exactly a pub person.
One second, I'm checking my ring, seeing why the dogs are barking. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. Hardly ever visits the pub, huh? Let's
That's
visit
all for
Emma.
the moment, thank you.
What do you know about Atlas?
I know that it's a business course. I went with Simon when he first went, but it wasn't really my thing.
How often did you go?
Just the once.
And you decided it wasn't for you?
Yeah, I'd been to something similar, so decided it wasn't for me.
Cult. Hasn't seen it before, but went there once. Nothing. Similar course.
What do you know
Ah!
about Atlas?
I pressed the wrong button.
I know that it's
Similar course. No.
Be back later on if that's okay.
All right. So you said, aren't you looking for Ryan? Well, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Looking back at the map, it says Paul and Ryan, right? But how do I get to that street? It shows as if I got to turn here, which I can. Nothing. So how do I find that street? We'll see. I'll go back to the pub. Because that's where he was brought up. That's where he was mentioned.
A few more questions, please.
What do you know about this?
It's an advertisement. They had it designed by an agency, I think.
And when was that?
Last year sometime.
Okay.
Thank you. Probably
Ah.
be back later. Ask you a couple more things, please. That's it for the time being.
So
Thank you.
what else? He's not here. Trying to figure this out, where to go. I keep pressing the wrong button. Oh, now we can enter the Atlas building? We didn't do it prior, did we? Okay. So we found another spot we can go in now.
Ryan was interviewed in the lounge, according to the report. That must be his office.
So now we got Ryan, I think. No. Okay, so nobody here yet. Seems like there's something we have to find first. It showed some type of hint that we gotta find something in the woods. It's not like there's something I can click on. No. Okay. There we go.
Who is it? I'm a police officer, Detective Inspector Jenks. It's all right, you can carry on if you want to. I'm just going. I'm investigating a death in the village, Kate Vine. There was a death recently
I know
in the...
I knew her.
Well, could I ask you a few questions, please?
It's a bit dark.
Well, if you give me your name and address, I'll come later on. Where do you live?
Farmhouse!
The
what's your name?
farmhouse! Okay, so now we go to the farmhouse. All right, so here's one thing that I gotta say about this. Okay, yeah, I like F&V games. I like the everything on it from that part, but I think the way that this is set up so far, you really gotta know where to go in order to trigger things. So you have to go to specific spots to trigger things. So you won't want to use the tips or the hints, but sometimes you have to. And that's where I'm getting stuck. So now we can go to the map and go to the farm. Yeah, it requires it to, you got to do this, and all that other stuff. So you got to go to a specific place.
According to the map, Abbey Farm is across the road there.
So we ring the doorbell. Ring-a-ling-ling.
Could I ask you a few more questions, please? Didn't take you long. Haven't got much time.
Okay.
Just close the doors, shall I? Where do you want to sit? Oh, anywhere's fine. I didn't quite catch your name.
James, sit there.
Thank you, James.
Does he look suspicious at all?
Why are you asking me about Kate Vine?
Routine. You know Simon, don't you? Thompson.
Why, what did he say?
That you all went to college together, you and Kate. That right?
Might have done.
Right. Good enough.
Okay.
Ever seen one of these?
Seen them around college.
What do you know about it?
Not much. It's a business course. Ask Simon, he's on it.
You wouldn't be interested in that sort of thing? And you haven't discussed it with Simon?
Not really. Business doesn't interest me.
So let's start back at the top here.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
Can't remember.
How did you know her?
Through Simon. His girlfriend was mates with her. Saw her around college a few times.
Did you socialise with her much?
Nah. She wasn't my type.
This doesn't sound suspicious at all.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No idea.
What do you know about Simon's bike?
What bike?
You haven't seen him on a bike?
I haven't seen him.
When was the last time you saw him?
About a month ago.
Month. Yeah, he seems really, you know?
Ever seen one of these before? Freedom necklace.
Don't think so.
I mean, he doesn't look suspicious at all, y'all.
Have you ever tried Simon's homebrew?
Thompson's tar? Yeah, I've tried it.
Did he sell
Thompson
it?
tar.
Well, not to me, not for money anyway. We used to trade stuff.
What did you trade?
I make a nice herbal tea as it happens. Him and his girlfriend were into it.
What was his beer like?
Lethal.
Strong?
Lethal.
Knock your eyes out.
The lethal type of beer, eh?
Know anything about a broken window at the pub?
Don't go to the pub.
You've never been to the pub?
Didn't say that. Been to the pub, but not for about 2 months, 3 months.
2-3 months since pub, but a month since he saw so-and-so. You want an entire stock, eh? Lethal beer? My nose will stop at checking.
Ever seen this before?
No, should I have?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I know one person that likes to try every possible beer they can get their hands on. Knew Kate through Simon's girlfriend, Emma.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So what else are we looking for? Did any of those lines look suspicious to you? Or do we now need to go all the way back? Ah, my eyes itching. Go to the steps, huh? Alright, we're gonna go to the steps. We should probably look in the greenhouse. What are these?
Picture frames with black painted glass. Very interesting.
Okay, another item to talk about. Now we go back this way. Now we ring the doorbell. Yes, we found another hole again,
More
Bill.
questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, so now.
Now, what's all
Picture
this stuff
frames.
in the workshop? Paint and stencils and things like that.
Just a little sideline of mine.
Oh, you do picture framing.
They're black mirrors. Scrying mirrors.
Now, what's a scrying mirror?
Show you one if you want. Scrying goes back centuries. The ancient Persians did it. This country pagans still practice it. The fortune tellers pretend to do it. That's what the crystal ball's all about. It's all scrying. Mirror's just one way of doing it.
But what is scrying?
Depends who you are. People do it for different reasons.
What sort of reasons?
Exploring your mind, clearing your mind.
Communicating with the dead.
What are you using for, James? Communicating with the dead.
I only make them for other people these days.
And there's a market for these, is there?
Lots of people want to talk to the dead, even if they don't believe in it.
Do you make a profit on them?
I don't do it for the money.
How very charitable of you. Can I keep this?
Keep it.
Thank you.
Great. We got a new
Black
item.
mirrors and hookah pipes. I wonder what else James is into.
Okay, so
That's
now
all for
what
the
are we
moment.
asked?
Thank you.
So now we go back to the map. Talk to these people. Go in here. You think we're gonna break it? Nah, we're not gonna break it. All right, let's see what she
Questions,
says.
if you don't mind.
Have you seen one of these before?
Is that from James?
A
Now, what do you know about James?
That is creepy.
little creepy.
He was selling them last Friday at the market. There's a market every week type thing. And I usually go there for lunch.
So you wouldn't buy one of these?
No, I wouldn't. But Kate would.
Was she
Kate would.
into this sort of thing?
No, I don't think so. She bought one, and I went round to her flat to try it out. You're meant to see ghosts or spirits or something. It doesn't work.
How do you use it?
You're just meant to stare into it. Shall I show you?
Yes,
Go ahead.
let's stare into it.
Okay, so you just stare like this, and
Boo!
then you see
See what?
Sorry, look, you're meant to see a ghost or something. Look, it doesn't work. Didn't work, sorry.
She just saw something. Hmm. Let's visit
Be
Simon
back
now.
later on, if that's okay.
Not a problem, Gimvel. All right. Let's ask these
Ever
questions.
seen one of these?
Yeah, that's one of James's. He's into like New Age stuff, mysticism, magic spells, that sort of thing. He's nuts, though. I mean, he thinks the government are tracking him or something.
Why would he think that?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
So who else do we talk to? So now we go back to the map. We then go to the pub. We then go inside the pub. We then just stand around and twiddle our fingers. Then we decide to ring the bell. We press
Couple
the
more
bell.
questions, if that's okay.
What do you know about this here mirror?
Have you seen one of these before?
Is it meant to be black like that?
I think so.
No.
Okay. Oh, I haven't asked this yet.
How did the window get broken out round the back?
I don't actually know. Someone said two girls were arguing outside. I found out after they'd gone.
And when was this?
2 girls.
Last Friday, just after we opened, about 6:30. I taped over it until I can get it fixed. We don't want people getting cut and suing us.
Does that sort of thing happen a lot? Arguments?
No, not really. I'm quite strict when it comes to barring clients I don't think are suitable.
Okay. Now what? So what else?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Probably. Okay, so now we do the map. Where else do we go map-wise? Okay. Now, where do we go?
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Okay. Motion in my backyard. No, nothing. We're good. Okay. What else we got?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Wait. I was just trying. I wasn't paying attention. Ring doorbell. Get
Ask
in
you
there.
a couple more things, please. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Wait, did it even show him?
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
So there's
Be back
something else
later
I
on,
gotta
if that's
do.
okay.
Call chief for update. Okay. So call chief.
Chief Jenks again. I've been speaking to Rebecca Rand. She saw Kate in the pub last Friday, around 7, I think. So she came in drunk, gave us some money for a breakage or something, then left.
What, she just came in and then went straight out again? What did she break?
I don't know. Rebecca didn't know either, or so she said.
Doesn't sound right, does it? I mean, that money must have been for something. Quiz Rebecca, make a few suggestions, see if she bites. Simple as. Go on.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Okay, so it's back about talking to Rebecca again.
Ask about a few more things, please.
So the 20 and then the broken window.
Aha.
Got it.
So, you said Kate gave you £20 for a breakage, but you didn't have a breakage.
That's right.
Do you think the payment could have been for the broken window? Could it have been Kate who was arguing?
Well, I suppose it could have been, yeah. It could have been Kate, you're probably right, yeah.
But you don't know who she was arguing with.
No, I'm not sure.
I'll ask around.
Not realising Kate had broken the window. Rebecca really should have worked that out before now. Unless she did. But why would she lie about that?
So now we ask who she's lying. All right,
Thank
so
you.
we now
Probably
go
be
to
back later.
leave here. Then we go back here. Knock for Emma.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
No, I wasn't there.
You weren't in the village?
No, I went home last Thursday night, actually, to see my parents.
But you do visit the pub.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know Rebecca quite well. We all went there quite a bit after college.
No, that's not it. Yep. Friday and Thursday.
So, you went home to see your parents on Thursday night, that right?
Yes.
But you said you saw James at the market on Friday.
No, I went to see my parents on Friday night.
What time did you go on Friday?
8 or 9.
And you didn't see Kate at all on Friday?
No.
You're not a very good liar, Emma.
Okay. I saw Kate.
Where?
At the pub. We were arguing.
Go on.
Yep, them two were
What
arguing.
arguing about?
I'd lent her £50 because she was desperate, and we were just arguing. It didn't really bother me. She just didn't have it.
And Kate broke the window?
Yes. She did things like that when she was angry.
Smash things?
Yes.
So it was Emma arguing with Kate, but why didn't she want to admit it? In case it gave her a motive? Or something else?
Let's see what
That's
they
it
know.
for the time being, thank you.
So we're matching other stuff now.
Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No, I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
What did you do after the course?
Just went home. Came here. Just came straight back.
No, that's not suspicious at all. So now what?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So now we go back and talk to the other person thingy. So now we know who was fighting. Yoo-hoo!
A few more questions, please. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Didn't he say he don't go there? Ding, ding,
Ask
ding,
you a
ding,
couple more
ding.
things, please. Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No.
He's not suspicious at all.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Now where? Chief. Ring, ring. Ring, ring.
Hello, Jenks?
Yeah, Chief, I had a confession from Emma Bowman. It turns out she was arguing with Kate last Friday outside the pub. Kate broke the window. That's what the money was for.
What were they arguing about?
Money. Emma says she'd lent some to Kate, but Kate hadn't paid it back.
So Kate had money problems, so she broke a window and then paid Rebecca back for it. Something doesn't add up there, Jenks.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
doesn't.
make sense, does it?
Yeah. Call me back when you know some more.
Okay. Speak later, Chief.
Bye.
So I gotta go talk to her again? So I think it was telling us which contradiction it is. So it's telling us to go back here. Again. Speak with Emma.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Broken pub window. Money. what is it? The argument? Didn't see Kate art, so then those two. There is something that I'm missing. Hmm. Okay, so which one? So that's not it. What are we missing? Trying to think what else would go together here. Hmm. So we already did this one. Went to see parents Thursday night. All right, so they did argue. Desperate for cash. Yeah, I think I just tried to match it, but I matched it wrong because it says here. Bought lots of jewelry. There we go.
So you lent money to Kate because she was desperate, but she bought loads of jewellery and things. So why were you lending her money?
Well, no, it's because
It wasn't about money, was it, Emma?
No.
Go on. What was it really about?
We were arguing because she was going to blackmail Ryan, the guy from Atlas, over an affair he was having, and then tell his wife if he didn't give her the money.
Ryan's affair with Kate?
No, I don't know. I think he was having an affair with another student and Kate found out.
And why were you involved?
Because I didn't really agree with it. I didn't agree with what she was doing, even if he did have an affair.
Were you friends with Ryan?
No, I'd never met him.
You just thought Kate was wrong?
Yeah.
She was the one having the affair.
Not sure about this. Emma's either on a moral crusade, or there's another reason she was worried about Kate blackmailing Ryan.
We should probably go talk to Ryan.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you. Probably be back later.
All right, so now we got to talk to Ryan. But where's Ryan? Not here. So who else do we talk to? Okay. Oh.
A few more questions.
Ding-a-ling-ling-ling, ring-a-ding-ling.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So back to the pub. Back to Rebecca.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
So it's got to be
That's all
something
for
else
the
I can
moment,
walk
thank
to
you.
now. So what else? Wrong spot. So we go this way. All right, so what's back here? It's got to be something else. Edge Lodge. So what else is she
A few
lying
more
about?
questions, please. Thank you.
We still think she's met Ryan, but how is it that she met Ryan? There we go. Because he's
You
at one of the
said you
Atlas things.
went
Because
to
he
an
runs the Atlas
Atlas
thing.
meeting with Simon.
He's at Atlas.
That's interesting, because I happen to know that Ryan is the main lecturer at Atlas. But you say you never met him. Why did you say you don't know him?
Okay, I need to tell you something. I just need to make sure Simon doesn't find out.
I won't be telling Simon anything he doesn't have to hear.
And you can't tell Rebecca either.
Go on.
Okay.
Okay, so the affair that happened...
Yeah, that was obvious.
...was between Ryan and I. I was having the affair. And Kate knew.
So Kate was blackmailing both of you?
No, she didn't care about me. It was part of the course, you see, having to take all these risks. She thought it was funny to turn her back on Ryan. She thought I wouldn't care.
But you did.
Yes, I was already with Simon when Ryan and I... You know, and... I didn't want Simon finding out, and Kate thought that he wouldn't, but I didn't want her risking it. And then if Rebecca found out, then Simon would definitely have found out, and then it would have blown up and it would have just been a big mess.
And so you just argued and... what?
Well, she just stormed off and broke a window.
And that was it? You didn't see her again that night?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But are you really sure? Alright, no cheats used. 7 p.m. unlocked.
So, Ryan's a bit of Lothario, is he? I think it's time I met this Ryan Rand.
So now we get to go see Ryan. But before we get to go see Ryan, everybody, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. We don't need no fuel, just keep falling down on a hill. Yep, the engine is dead because I ran out of fuel. Yet I was just coasting. Oh yeah, we were gliding, y'all.
Psycho preacher! That's what the foul little man calls me. A curse be upon his pancreas.
That's right, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know how many lives I used in that? But hey, it's okay. I probably only died at least 100 times. I beat the game. I beat the game. I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one.
going straight. I was going straight for a second. How come you didn't get me? Woo-hoo-hoo! I gotta survive 15 more seconds. I'm not even shooting anymore. At the end, they all just wanted to shoot me, so I didn't even worry about shooting anymore. I was just going through with the, I wasn't even looking to lock on. I was just going through trying to dodge them all. I'm like, 15 more seconds. No! I just started the dance. Second place, yeah! Second place! You do realize you just shot an unarmed man, right? Woo! I think that one worked, y'all. Boom, 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 boom. That one worked.
All right, let's do this again. Here we go. So, y'all, right now, I think the main thing is, I like the game. I just think it's a little slow on finding things and stuff like that. I think I would have liked this more if I wasn't streaming it. I feel like I want to try to rush it more because of the streaming, maybe. And I don't know. Maybe it's just not as I'm just not making it as entertaining streaming it on that part. We're still gonna stream it. We're still gonna play it all the way through. We start, we finish. But yeah, so here we go. Who is it we need to talk to next?
Ask you a couple more things, please.
All right. So now what? So never seen the mirror thing. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not supposed to talk to her. I'm supposed to go to Ryan. We were supposed to try to find Ryan. I got sidetracked. Now where is Ryan? So how do we talk to Ryan? Maybe he's in the next thing over. There's just a lot of jumping around trying to guess where to go. He's not here. where is this Ryan? So if we go here, we go to Atlas. We enter Atlas. So see, now if we go to the lounge, she's probably going to be there. Because last time it said that the interview was at the lounge, but he wasn't there.
Detective Inspector Jenks, I'm conducting an investigation in the area. Wouldn't mind asking you a few questions. Is that all right?
Come in, Inspector.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know where this is going.
Drink, Inspector.
I'd better not, eh?
So you wanted to speak to me?
I believe that Kate Vine was a student at Atlas.
Kate Vine? Well, yes, she was. All of this has been thoroughly investigated, Inspector. It was suicide.
Well, we have reason to believe there may be rather more to it than that.
Really?
Okay.
Well, then, in that case, I'd be prepared to assist in any way possible.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
No, not suspicious at all. All right, so let's ask all the questions.
I believe the last time you saw Kate Vine was at the pub last Friday, then you came straight back with some of the students, is that right?
Yes, I like to have a glass of port or two after a long day. Benefits of being married to the landlady.
How did she seem that night?
The landlady?
Kate.
Okay. Well, she was her usual self, drunk.
That was usual.
It was for her, yes. I mean, it didn't impair her ability, though. She was a very bright star, lots of potential, very enthusiastic.
So she seemed to be enjoying the course?
As far as anybody could tell, yes.
When did you first meet her?
When she joined, about 3 months ago.
And you hadn't met her before then?
No.
So you didn't suspect there was anything wrong?
Well, do you mean, did I expect her to drown herself? Of course I didn't inspect her. It was quite a shock. Nobody expected that.
Are you sure? Do they know? Okay. Let's get everything else first.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
You don't know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No, I've never seen it before, sorry.
Okay.
Does Simon Thompson ride a bike, do you know?
I think so, yes. I think he drives as well, but I might be mistaken.
Drives. Okay.
Know what this is?
Yes. It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol that we use on the course. It's supposed to represent freedom from the chains of your ancestry.
Have you ever bought one of these?
I haven't, but I've seen the students wearing them.
Okay. Homebrew.
Have you tried Simon's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew? No, I haven't had the pleasure, sorry.
Okay.
What do you know about the broken window at the back of the pub?
Rebecca told me about it. I don't know how it got smashed, though. I told her to tape over it. We can't have anybody cutting themselves. You have to be very health and safety conscious these days.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about this?
This.
Haven't seen that for a while. I had a friend who used to make them for us for the course. He passed away last year.
What does the symbol mean?
It's borrowed from paganism. It's the symbol of the triple goddess, the mother, maiden, and crone, represented by the waxing and waning of the moon. It's an ancient symbol. It predates Christianity. Some people say that it dates back to Paleolithic times.
And is that relevant to the course?
Well, no. I mean, it's a symbol we've dabbled with, but it's not particularly relevant. We don't use it on the course, no.
Okay.
Tell me about this.
It's the first one we ever had made. We had it designed by an agency after we'd spent weeks trying to find a name for this place.
It took you weeks?
Don't be like that, Inspector. I thought it was a rather grand name. Actually, if I'm being honest, I plucked it out of thin air one night in the George while I was having a few gin and tonics. Well, actually, somebody left a book and I stole it.
Left a map? An atlas? Alright, what does he know about this?
Have you seen one of these before?
I believe that looks like a scrying mirror to me.
You have seen one before?
Well, I used to have one myself, actually, along with lots of other bits and pieces of that nature. Silly things, you know.
Really?
Yes,
Really silly thing.
When I was in my teenage years, I had quite an obsession with that kind of thing. I was a very somber child, and well, not that you could tell, always playing fantasy games, reading books about that kind of malarkey, you know.
What sort of books did you read?
Well, books on black magic, not the chocolates. Witchcraft, satanic rituals, that kind of thing. I grew out of it, of course.
But you're not into that sort of thing now.
Of course I'm not. I mean, I don't need to believe in the supernatural, Inspector. The natural world is far more interesting.
Is it now?
Don't you think so?
Do you know anything about an argument in the pub last Friday?
What time?
I believe it wasn't long
There's
after
tons
the
of
pub
arguments.
opened.
What time are you talking about?
I usually leave for the manor house about 6. I start preparations around 6:30. I like to get a head start.
Okay. So what else are we missing? We got time frames. Is there a time frame anywhere else? So what else do we got left? What else do we...
Do you know anything about an argument in the pub last Friday?
What time?
I believe it wasn't long after the pub opened.
No. I usually leave for the manor house about 6. I start preparations around 6:30. I like to get a head start.
So now what?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ah, wrong way. Ah, wrong way again. See, it's about knowing where to go.
What are you? Private eye?
No, I'm a police inspector.
Who are you looking for?
I'm investigating a death in the village.
That student, then. They did one last year, too. Same place.
Did what?
Drowned a student. Ask that psycho about it. He runs that business cult thing up at the big house. Bunch of nut jobs.
Hey, what was the student's name?
Liam something? Or sod?
Okay.
Atlas's reputation precedes them. I think I might call the station, find out a bit more about this Liam.
Hello, DCI Jones speaking.
Mike, it's Jenks.
Jenks, I thought you'd clocked off tonight.
Yeah, the chief's put me on a case tonight, the Edenton girl.
Friday night, you poor sod. I thought that was sorted out anyway.
I wish it was. Listen, are
What's
you
a
near
sod?
computer?
I can be. Yeah, go on.
Do you know
What do they
anything
mean,
about a
sob?
death last year?
So
Someone
son of a
called
bitch.
Liam in Edenton Village.
Don't remember it. Hang on, let's have a look. Edenton Village. Yeah, Liam Rogers. Says suicide last year.
Suicide?
Hang on, 2 suicides in 2 years, both on Edenton. Blimey, you've got your work cut out, Jenksy.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Right, well, good luck with that. See you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. Ding a ding ding. So now, where do we go? Okay, so map-wise, we went here. Then we go here. Then we go back here because we want to go not there. So we continue. Excuse me. Alright, let's go back to Atlas. Let's find out what he says. Knock, 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 knock.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
I keep hearing my ring go off. I wanted to make sure it wasn't the cable dude.
What can you tell me about Liam?
Oh, Liam. You mean the boy who committed... Very unfortunate, isn't it?
Did you know him?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, when I say know him, I met him in the pub. Seemed very happy sort of person. Well, I say he seemed happy. He can't have been, can he?
That's, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
That's it for the time being.
I think
Thank
there's
you.
still more info that's going to be coming here. So now we need to go back to here to go to talk to here. Then we go to Lodge. Then we go to Simon.
Me again. Come on. Cute.
Me again. Oh, this dude, and he scrolled up with his eyes, like looking up in
Smells
there.
nice.
Like,
What is that?
how many damn times are you gonna do this?
I have no idea you were a
Chili
cook.
pork, eh?
Oh, no, I used to be more into it. Now I don't do it so much. I used to grow my own herbs and everything.
Not here.
No. At the farmhouse where I used to live.
Oh, where was that?
That's where James lives. Yeah, we used to share a house together. The farmer used to let us use a corner of his greenhouse to grow
stuff.
I didn't know you knew James that well.
Well, didn't really get on.
Where are the greenhouses?
But it's just through the farmyard at the back.
Interesting.
Liam's death.
What do you know about Liam?
Liam?
Local lad. Took his life.
Oh, that Liam. Yeah, I heard about him.
But you didn't know him?
No, I know he went to college, but didn't really know him. It's sad, though.
Is it? Is it really?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Probably. What do you know
What
about
do you
this?
know about a student called Liam? Committed suicide last year.
Only that I didn't know him really well.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
So what is it we're missing? So it was directing us back here. Now it wants us to go back in the thing again.
Simon mentioned another greenhouse on the farm. Must be up the hill over there.
There's this one. And then there's another one. Further up. We weren't able to go here last time. Now we can. There's wood here. Now I'm thirsty. Alright. We look, we grab, we go.
I wonder if James knows this is here. Don't know what it is, but be interesting to see what he says about it.
Okay, so now we go here. Which one was James? Was that the one in here as we ring the
Ask about a
doorbell?
few more things, please. Did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam who died.
You mean Liam who killed himself?
Yeah.
He was in my year, on a different course.
What course was Liam on?
Can't remember, not mine.
What was yours?
Plant science. First time I knew about Liam was when he killed himself.
Right, so you didn't meet him?
No.
Could you tell me what these are, please? I found them in the greenhouse.
Been snooping around on the farm, have we?
It's called investigating, James.
Yeah. It's just mint. Mint leaves. For cooking.
Yeah, I heard you were a bit of a budding chef.
Dabble a bit. Won a few competitions.
Very impressive.
Did you know?
So you normally just leave packets of mint lying around?
Must have dropped it.
Really now. It's labeled MM, right? MM for magic mushrooms? Not kidding. Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Let's see what else we got. We just keep jumping around from one spot to the next, huh?
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
What do you know about Liam?
You mean Liam who took his life? He used to play in a band, Black Rock or something? No, Black Stone. Very
Blackstone.
gothic. I used to let them play in here sometimes at the weekends. They were quite good.
Did you know there was anything wrong? I mean, why he might have...
No, I didn't know him very well.
Do you know what these are?
Magic mint.
Magic
Where
mint.
did you find this?
Magic mint.
Salvia divinorum. I used to grow it years ago. It makes you trip.
In what way?
It's a hallucinogenic and legal.
And
Quite a
legal.
dangerous combination, really.
Do you use it?
Me? No. No, I don't even take medicines. I like to stay pure.
Okay.
I didn't expect Rebecca to know about growing drugs. I know she claims not to use them herself, but I'm not so sure. Okay, that's it for now.
So now we go all the way back. Leave the pub. Press the wrong button. Go to the map. Go back here. Go to this dude and say, dude, this is magic mushrooms. I mean, magic mint. Ring the doorbell.
A few more questions, please.
How many times are we going back and forth?
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum, James?
What's that? Skin cream?
It's not a skin cream, no. It's a plant.
Really? Don't know much about plants.
So you've never heard of salvia?
No.
Aha.
Plant science.
So, your degree is in plant science, but you don't seem to know anything about plants.
Well, still got a lot to learn.
So you're still saying you've never heard of salvia?
Didn't say that.
So you have.
Maybe.
And you do grow it?
Yeah, it's legal. Why not?
What do you do with it?
I use it for explorative purposes, meditation.
And does this involve anybody else?
Why?
Do you sell it or give it to anybody else?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just for me, nobody else.
And that's the only drug you grow, is it?
Feel free to go and look if you want.
It's okay, I'll look later. The only drug he grows? I'm not sure I believe that, James. Then again, would someone growing illegal drugs bother growing a legal one?
Okay, so we got more
Thank you.
stuff.
Probably be back later.
So we go to this. We go to them. We go back to here. Talk to Emma.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Okay, we go back to here.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's a drug, isn't it?
Yeah, hallucinogenic drug. Ever tried it?
No, I've never taken any illegal substances.
That normally means she did.
You know what these are, by any chance?
No. Sorry. I don't know anything about plants or things like that, but you should ask Rebecca. She used to live on a farm. She'd know.
She's the drug dealer. No? Okay.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Wrong button.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Exactly. So Gimville says, "Nope, I don't have tried that specific drug that you just mentioned that I've been staring so eagerly from the moment you pulled it out."
Know what these are?
No. Look a bit like sage leaves.
Haven't seen them before, though.
Not at all, no.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Salvia divinorum?
Magic mint, same thing.
Oh, yeah, you mean the drug? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, ever tried it?
Well, once or twice, yeah. But it's not really my sort of thing. It messes with your brain. I've never tried any other drugs either. Well, nothing like that. Nothing hallucinogenic.
Has tried it a few times, but you don't know what this is. Okay. Was that me sneezing? I don't remember sneezing. Maybe I did. All right, let's see here. So now we go back to this, to her. It says, go to the pub. Bell.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we already got that.
Later on, if that's okay.
So what now? Back to Atlas. I think somebody's telling me to save the damn game. We shall save the damn game. Okay.
A couple more questions.
Knock,
if that's
knock,
okay.
knock. Knock, knock.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
No. What is it?
It's a hallucinogenic plant. A legal one. At least for the moment.
I've no interest in drugs, Inspector.
I heard a sound file go save the damn
That's the
game.
only drug I need. As trite as that may sound.
Do you know any students who may have used hallucinogens?
Maybe the thing's not working right.
My students aren't interested in that kind of thing. Besides, no one is allowed drugs or alcohol onto the site. I don't think anyone has ever brought drugs to Atlas.
Do you have any medicines on site at all?
No, we're not allowed. Insurance purposes.
Insurance purposes.
Do you know what this is?
Looks like chopped tea bags to me. What is it?
I just thought you might know.
I don't know anything about plants, Inspector. What you should do is ask Rebecca. She knows far more about these things than I do. Messy things, growing things.
Okay, so now what?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Might be worth checking the woods again. Okay, so we gotta check the woods again. Let's check this turn first. Back up one. Yeah, it said and call the chief, but we'll get there. Oh, all right. We found another spot. What's he doing?
Mind not defacing public property, please?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm a policeman.
And that's supposed to make what difference exactly?
It means that you do exactly what I tell you to do.
Or what? Or you arrest me?
No, I'll give you a fine this time.
So, if I do something that you don't like, I have to give you some money? What happens if you do something that I don't like? You gonna give me some money?
Look, I do not have time to discuss it at the moment. Can you just go?
Be gone, man.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. You just spit in his face. Did.
What a prize brat. But why would he carve that into a tree? Either he's a die-hard rock fan, or there's more to that symbol than meets the eye.
All right, so one did say about the band, right? So I'm thinking that we need to go back to Rebecca because she said about that guy that was in the band.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Why, is it meant to mean something?
No, it's okay. That's it for the time being. Thank you.
All right, so we're going back up in here. We're ringing a doorbell. We're gonna ask everybody what's rock and roll mean.
Things, please.
I'm kidding.
If I did that, would it mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's a Satanism symbol. Satanists use it.
Have you ever seen anyone using it?
Lots of people. Politicians, presidents, CEOs.
Have you ever seen anyone
Local.
using it?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Probably, because we'll probably. And then probably, because of probably. Probably, you know, probably. Yeah, I know. She didn't recognize it, so we're gonna say something.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
She's probably lying.
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
No. Why?
It's okay. Thanks.
It's okay, thanks. Oh my god, these people don't know anything. Okay, now, here we go. Do you know this? Of course he knows this.
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Oh yeah.
What did you see doing that?
Someone in the woods, carving it into a tree.
That was Kyle. It's a guy from the course. He's an idiot.
And where does he live?
I can't remember. Somewhere outside the village? The three fingers thing is something the students started doing. It's something from the course. The three freedoms.
Three freedoms.
What?
The three freedoms? It's from the course. It's a phrase. Free to be free. Free yourself from the things that are holding you back.
But they said they don't do that anymore.
Things that stop you being successful.
What are they?
There's fear of failure, guilt, and a doubting, a self-doubt.
You believe that?
Yeah. Guilt ruins lives.
It ruins
It stops you
everything,
moving
man.
forward.
But rock and roll
It
rules,
serves
man.
no practical purpose. It's basically
It's
destructive.
like rocks.
Right.
Free to be free. Not the most original slogan, but I wonder how far this freedom goes. Be back later on, if that's okay.
I'll be back later on, if that's okay.
Do you know the phrase free to be free?
Yeah.
And I'm free!
It's an Atlas thing. I first heard it when I went with Simon.
What did they say about it?
They said that you shouldn't feel guilty if you do something wrong. I don't agree with that.
No?
No. No, I think you should feel guilty if you do something wrong.
What did Simon think?
I don't know, but I don't think he agreed with that either.
Okay.
That's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Come again. And then we traveled to this Atlas person who lied to us. Lied! I already know there's a lie there. A contradiction. Let's enter the building so we can show what he contradicted. We'll try the lounge.
A few more things, please.
First off, what is this hand symbol?
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
It's a devil sign.
Pretty much, that's what it looks like, Phil.
Is that what you're getting at, Inspector?
This is not something you use on the course.
Of course it's not something we use on the course, Inspector. I don't even know what that could possibly mean exactly.
Uh-oh. He's a lion.
Can you tell me a bit about the phrase free to be free?
Free to be free, my favourite motto. Well, we teach our students that people, well, they suffer from excessive guilt, don't they? Excessive self-criticism, excessive doubt. Evils of excess, we call them. And we tell our students that if they rid themselves of these evils, then they're free to realise their full potential.
Who came up with all this?
I have a background in psychology.
Honestly?
Yeah, don't look so surprised, Inspector. There's an intellect lurking in here.
Nah, I bet he got drunk and read something up again.
When we were based at the village hall. When I say we, I came up with the phrase. Dad's more the money man.
And very successful at it too, I hear.
Oh, he's successful, but he's not a creative man. Dad suffers from a lack of imagination.
Lack of imagination. Really? So, let's go with... Doesn't know the symbols. No. It's got to be one of these. All right, so there was the mask, right? Symbol not used on course. I have a lookup set. Yes, I got a lookup, but I'm not using it yet. Ryan invented the phrase. Phrase invented while based at the village hall. Phrase about getting rid of guilt and self-doubt. Not yet. I'm reading this right now, but if you want me to look at it, sure, let me look at it real quick. No, the video is actually on a completely different person, not this person yet. I didn't fast forward it. I've only used it twice so far because of getting stuck where it told me that I needed to walk over to somewhere else. But I thought it would have been the cardboard mask and then something. Because remember when we spoke to him, he said that they didn't use that symbol in the course. So that's why I was thinking that was it.
Thank you.
So we'll come back to this. He's lying about some crap. But let's go over to the farm. Oh, phone. One second. Texting wife.
couple more questions, if that's okay.
Sorry, y'all. I'm texting my wife as well. No. We still got 2 more hours before my son gets here. I was talking to my wife on the phone here, texting, because she's setting up for her trip with my youngest son. Okay. I thought we asked about this already. Oh, we did. I had the wrong thing selected.
Ever hear the phrase free to be free? Heard anyone use that?
Nah. What is it, a song?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't matter.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay. There's gotta be something that we gotta match up.
A few more questions, please.
I'm probably gonna ask for a hint here in a moment. Mirror. Simon's Homebrew. So the herbal tea. So we haven't seen anything else about herbal tea, right? And no, wait. So what are you saying? Time to get Son on bus? That's still 2 more hours, bud. So the drug, private use. Oh, hey! There we go. I knew it was going to be one of them. I just selected the first one on it.
Do you mean salvia?
Probably.
So you traded salvia tea with Simon for his homebrew.
So
why did you say you didn't give salvia to anybody else? Did you give it to anybody else? How many people did you give it to? Did you give it to Kate?
No.
How about Liam?
I didn't have anything to do with him dying, if that's what you mean.
So you did give him salvia?
Yes, I gave him salvia because he asked for it, but that's not what killed him.
Well, he committed suicide, James, because of psychological issues that probably weren't helped by him trying hallucinogenic drugs.
Didn't commit suicide. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what happened.
Okay, so what happened then?
There we go. We got more of a story. Third eye. Okay.
You don't know about Third Eye. If you don't know about Third Eye, you know nothing about Liam's death. I mean, forget salvia.
Don't you know about the Third Eye? I mean, how do you not know about the Third Eye? You don't know about the Third Eye? Wait, what's the Third Eye?
I got rid of them single-handed. I'm the one who got rid of Third Eye. Did they tell you that at the station?
Okay, start again. They were what?
You don't know anything, do you? Look. They were reeling in students, pretending to be some sort of happy life course, you know, we can make your life better sort of crap. Then they were putting everyone through this brainwashing program to make them compliant, and selling them on. It's all there.
What do you mean, selling them on?
Selling them. Like objects, commodities.
To who?
To anyone who could afford them. Top politicians, famous celebrities, wealthy businessmen, you name it.
What for?
You don't get it, do you? Third Eye were making and selling slaves. They were black market slave traders. They were wiping people's personalities using ECT, brainwashing, cocktails of hard drugs, deliberately turning them into perfect slaves. You know how much slaves are worth on the black market these days?
No.
Millions. And I'm talking per slave. That's why anyone who stood up to them and threatened to go public like Liam was just killed off. They didn't give a damn.
So you're saying Liam was murdered by Third Eye?
Exactly what I'm saying. So I started looking into it.
So what they're saying now is he's the next one to die. He's the next one to die.
Did you ever actually meet Liam?
Found out about him.
And how did you find out about all this other stuff?
It's obvious, you can tell. I met some of the students. You could see straight away there was something wrong. They were like zombies. You know, I can tell when someone's got ECT damage or when they've been through mind conditioning. It's just obvious. I mean, US military used all these techniques back in the 50s. It's all documented. You can read about it. They showed all the same signs.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo!
So did you
Cuckoo!
ever actually go to a meeting?
No, but I knew what went on.
How?
From what people said who'd been through it.
Okay, so do you know anyone I could speak to who did go through it?
Well, no. Look, it doesn't matter. Why did they close down if it wasn't true? They just closed down and disappeared overnight after I put all the flyers up. Bit of a coincidence.
But that was just after Liam died.
Yeah,
And do you think that had anything to do with it?
maybe, but it was the flyers that forced them to close.
Okay. Do you mind if I keep this?
Yeah, you investigate it. It'll all come out. Third Eye definitely killed Liam.
Third Eye. Third Eye.
Well, that was
Here's
a
one.
lot to
Here's
take
two.
in. Does
Where's
James
the third
really
one?
believe all this stuff? This is the first I've heard about Third Eye. Question is, what's their connection with Atlas, if there is one?
Okay. So now we have the third eye.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
And then we go through and talk to them all again, right? Phone. Ah, it's just an alert thing. See what she says about the third eye.
I'll ask you a couple more things, please.
Ever heard the phrase free to be free?
You mean the Atlas thing? Yes, I have.
Know what it means?
It means being free of guilt.
What do you think about that?
You mean, do I think it's a bad thing?
Do you? I mean, surely if you have done something wrong.
Oh, but that's the point, Inspector. Most people spend their time feeling guilty over nothing, and that's not a good thing.
Okay. Sorry, I had to turn off my AC. It's getting cold. Third eye.
Have you seen this before?
Don't take any notice of that.
Why?
James Wilson is a fantasist. He spends his time pretending to cast spells in the woods. He's not exactly a stable person. And, I heard that he was involved with growing cannabis.
Really?
Don't quote me on that.
So you don't think there's any truth at all to this?
None at all.
None at all. That means it's gotta be true. Totally. Totally. Gotta be true.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Oh, wrong thing. I pressed the bell thingy. I didn't mean to press the bell. Now I'm getting cold. I'm gonna put a blanket on here. I'm cold. Ugh. Surprised my internet didn't go down yet.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay, so there's some more lying over at Atlas again. Click.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
What do you know about this?
Not much.
So you've never seen this before? You don't know anything about Third Eye?
Well, I don't remember seeing it now.
You don't recognize any of the symbols on it?
Oh, sorry.
He's lying! Where's the mask thing? Mask. Ta-da!
Ryan, you've just told me all about the moon symbols on the mask. Then you're claiming you don't know anything about the symbols on the flyer. It's all the same thing.
Oh, actually, yes. Sorry, yes, yes, I do remember that.
So what?
You notice how many times he's blinking?
Oh, not much, really. Never came into contact with them.
That explanation was way
Drink
too
some more.
short. Ryan's definitely hiding something.
What is he hiding? Symbol not used in the course, huh? Hmm. Cardboard mask. So it's got to be something about the goddess thing. And I remember they said they don't use. Oh, not used in the course. But we just did that. Ah, I pressed the wrong one. It's got to be one of these. Oh. He's lying some more. We know it. Hmm.
That's it for the time being.
All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
come back to that. Let's talk to the other two and then keep going. So many different things to choose from. It's getting frustrating trying to see which ones collide against each other. So we're going back to the map. Oh, my eyes. We're going to talk to these two. Oh.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
I'm going to talk to Simon in a moment.
Have you seen this?
The phone's going off again.
Yeah. It was all over college last year. James made it. Idiot.
So you don't agree with what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with anything James says. He's absolutely crazy. He thinks that the government has been controlled by aliens, that we're all bugged. He's nuts.
The government did it!
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Have you seen this before?
Oh, is this the thing that James did? Yeah, I've heard of it.
What do you know about all this? A third eye, I think they were called?
I don't really know anything about it. I mean, I've heard about Liam's death, but all I know about Three Eyes or whatever is on this flyer.
So you hadn't heard about Third Eye?
No, sorry.
Now he's lying, because... I thought he was... This would have been it, right here. He's the one that said the phrase. No? Huh. I would have sworn that match. Thought it would have been one of those.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
So he did tell us about where someone else lives, but did we find that person yet? It says we should call the chief for an update. Alright, let's see what we got.
Tell me what you know, Jenks.
Hey, here's what I know.
Lost for ideas at the moment, to be honest, sir.
Anything else happened?
Not really. Did I mention the student in the woods? A rather obnoxious student carving a devil sign into a tree. Turned out Atlas used the symbol. Simon Thompson explained it. It's to do with a phrase they use on the course, the 3 freedoms. Ryan said he came up with it.
The 3 what?
The 3 freedoms. It's about getting rid of your past, or something.
Sounds as daft as that stuff James Wilson was going on about. Have you found out any more about that?
No, not really.
Well, do a bit of research. Find out what you can about this cult. Who ran it, where they were based. Find out what Ryan Rand knows about it, particularly.
Okay, Chief, I'll call later.
Righto.
We've already done that, so that means we got more things to do with the Ryan dude. This dude's Ryan, right?
More questions, please. Thank you.
Something on this blanket I'm trying to pull off. All right. So what exactly is this? I would have thought it would have been this and then the mask. It's got to be one of these, y'all. My ring keeps going off again. So triple goddess. It's gotta be one of these. It's. Give me a moment, y'all. Be right back.
Is it safe? Oh! Oh!
That's how you do that, huh? Get used to that. We're gonna try to take this down without doing damage. Normally this would do damage. Yeah, that's one way to do this, y'all. Watch this. We're gonna jump. And then jump again. Oh! He shoots, he scores! That was nice! I love that. That's my new trick. That is my new trick. Shadow, do you have a submachine gun?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Salty, come pick up Shadow.
Oh, alright, I was gonna find another dossier or something.
We'll do that with Shadow. I'd rather not two of us die in this Jeep. Get out, Shadow. Continue to hill. Vehicle. Got both of them. That is what the fucking PP is for. I just peed on them.
You killed all of them?
Yeah, two of them.
Your last two shots. In
My last two, yep.
Shot on that guy. That was fucking crazy, dude. That was a hairline save, dude. Holy shit.
No, that was all. Whenever I try to wrap up a game really quickly and go aggressive, I end up being top 10 and sometimes chicken dinner. Woo! That's what I mean. Roadkill! Oh! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Motherfucker! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Double! Somebody clip that shit!
I actually hope you get knocked right now.
I'm standing right there. I'm clipping this. Clip that. Ooh, oh, my back. Okay, we're in old monkey dance now, okay? Whew. Are you ready to die? Oh! Winner! Chicken dinner frying pan! Yeah! Woo! That's how you get a chicken dinner, y'all. That is how. Let's coast just a little bit, y'all. Hey, look. All right, y'all, I'm back. Sorry about that. Needed to step away for a moment after the seizure thing. We're back, though. Okay. We know it's one of these. We've been trying to match it up with the mask. Let's go to all three of them. So we're going to try the second one there, and then we're going to go to the first one here. Nothing. I'm going to try the second one. We've already tried the second one a few times. Nothing. Try the third one. I don't get it. It's one of these. Hang on, I'm looking it up. I'm looking this one up. I know it's one of these. Okay, so apparently it's this one. We ever came in contact with the third eye. And then it is... this one.
Aha.
Okay. I couldn't figure it out,
According
but
to
we
the
figured it
flyer,
out now.
This Third Eye group was based at the village hall, is that right?
Was it?
That's where you were based, wasn't it? Yeah, you said you invented the Atlas phrase free to be free while you were based at the village hall.
So I did.
So you must have come into contact with Third Eye at some point. You were using the same hall.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you, Inspector.
No shit, Sherlock.
You see, Third Eye is, or was, Atlas under a different name. Sorry.
Atlas is Third Eye?
In a new improved form, yes.
And you ran Third Eye?
With Dad, yes.
So you must have known Liam. You didn't just meet him, did you?
Yes, I knew him, Inspector, but don't get your hopes up. All of this has been thoroughly investigated and cleared up.
You've been investigated about his death?
They dropped the case. We didn't have anything to do with it. Well, when I say drop the case, I mean a police investigation is one thing, but what the public thinks is another. They threatened to go public, and then James bloody Wilson started distributing his flyers, and that was it. No choice. There was an end to it.
You had to change the name.
We'd already paid the family an out-of-court settlement. I thought that was an end to it. But then James and his cronies, they wouldn't leave it alone. So we had to close down.
Okay.
Buy a new place. Rebrand. So eventually, we reopened here.
As Atlas?
As Atlas.
And it worked?
Up till now, yes.
So you knew James Wilson too?
We knew James, but he didn't know us as such. Oh, he was very quick to shoot us down, but he didn't do anything like actually coming to the course to see what he was about.
So James wouldn't know that you were now running Atlas?
Not unless he came to one of our courses.
And how much of all that stuff was true? ECT machines, brainwashing?
I'm afraid that exists only exclusively in the mind of Mr. Wilson. All we do is make better business people. We challenge their prejudices and presumptions. Why don't you come along and see for yourself? The course starts in 15 minutes. Excuse me, Inspector.
Do we really want to go into that, y'all?
Hello. I can't come back now. Well, you have my car at the moment. All right. All right. See you later. That was that. I have to go back.
Oh, I thought that was wifey
You can
poo.
come and meet him if you like.
Well, I might come and have a chat.
Come with me.
Okay, so now we're on the next one. No cheats used.
To be perfectly honest, Dad's a great businessman, but he lacks imagination. He does, however, believe in the power of the individual, when taught by the right teacher, of course. Ryan, in here. Just coming. He's through here.
We can only imagine what his dad is going to be like. He's probably wearing devil horns!
To whom do I owe the pleasure?
The hair is spiked up just a little bit on the sides to cover the horns that are from growing back.
I believe you knew Kate.
You see it? You see it right there?
I thought all
I'm
this
just
was
kidding.
dealt with, Inspector. You do know that Kate Vine was a gherkin short of a Big Mac. You do now.
Father.
You must forgive my son, Inspector. He still can't summon up the courage to come straight to the point. So what do you want to know?
Well, a few more questions if you don't mind.
Oh, but I do mind. I'm a very busy man. Try asking an intelligent question, like, do I mind being quizzed about a once promising student who turned into a useless drunk? Ryan, would you mind leaving us for a while?
I'll go back to the centre. I have one or two things to prepare. Call me if you need me, Dad.
You may begin, Mr. Holmes, although I'm not going to be able to help you. I don't have much to do with the course nowadays, so I can't give you any hard information.
That's as maybe, but we
No,
need...
that's as is. But if you want my opinion, I'd be quite happy to give it to you. So, fire away.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
here's,
Paul certainly doesn't take
here's
any
my
prisoners.
opinion to
It's
you.
obvious who's pulling the strings in this family, and I wonder what they got up to in their previous guise as Third Eye. 8 o'clock already.
How well did you know Kate?
Hardly knew her at all. Met her a few times. At the course, that's about all.
So when was the last time you saw her?
Last Friday. I just popped out to the course and about 7.
Did you speak to her then?
It's possible.
And how did she seem? Was she happy, sad, preoccupied?
But I thought there was a
She was drunk.
6:30 earlier.
Do you know if Kate had lost this? It's her driving license.
How would I know that?
You didn't see it lying around anywhere?
No.
He's suspicious.
Did you know anything about Simon Thompson's bike?
No.
No. Why should I? He's trying to keep his eyes in a certain position.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum, or magic mint?
Sounds like it might be a drug.
It's a hallucinogenic plant. Legal, as a matter of fact.
I'm not a drug taker, Inspector. I have no enthusiasm for voluntarily poisoning your brain.
And you've never seen anyone on the course taking it?
Well, if someone had, they wouldn't have done it openly. We don't allow drugs or alcohol in our course. We like to tell students that success is the best drug. Whether you buy into that, of course, is another matter.
Sorry, my now my mother's texting me saying that a casino is out of power. Okay, so Third Eye.
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda. I suppose Ryan already told you about our actual previous incarnation.
He explained, yes.
Did he tell you anything scandalous?
Not unless you count the suicide.
Well, these things happen.
Do
Was
they
it
now?
your idea?
The suicide?
Third Eye.
As my son had started to atrophy, I decided I ought to give him something to do.
And Third Eye was the same as Atlas, teaching business skills.
Very similar.
So Liam's death didn't prompt you to make any changes?
There was nothing we could do about Liam's death, Inspector, any more than we could do anything about Kate's. It was out of our control.
Are you sure? For wondering, Paul. 2 student deaths in 2 years.
It's called a coincidence, Inspector.
Coincidental.
I expect they had fast food also. But you're not investigating all the local chippies.
What's a chippy? Is that like a place in Europe or something? So we're still
Can you
asking
tell
questions.
me a little about the Atlas phrase, free to be free?
Where did you hear that?
I was talking to one of your students.
It's a little phrase we conjured up to summarize our objectives.
What is your objective, if you don't mind me asking?
Mine, or do you mean the course's objective?
On the course.
The objective of the course is to free people from bondage. We teach that most people...
What's this
are crippled by
bondage
their
you're
past,
talking
their
about?
guilt, their attitudes, their beliefs. All that kind of nonsense.
Guilt cripples people.
Feeling guilty in business is like a meat eater feeling guilty in an abattoir. Guilt comes from the archaic emotional
What's that about?
centers of the brain.
Abattoir.
It's
How he said
a
it.
vestige of our
Abattoir.
animal ancestry, that's all.
Abattoir.
In business, you heed it at your peril. I'm sorry, Inspector. My house appears to be haunted. Would you mind closing the door?
So, you believe that guilt has no place in business?
None at all. I have few beliefs, Inspector, but that's one of them.
And what if you have done something wrong?
Well, that's the whole point. Guilt has nothing to do with it.
Interesting opinion.
Interesting. Guilt to be guilty. What does this hand symbol mean?
Would it mean
Oh,
anything
I
to
mean this.
I presume you've seen an Atlas student doing that.
Ah, so this is an Atlas thing.
Well, it wasn't exactly our idea. The students started doing it spontaneously to show commitment to the cause. Cute, really. Which student did you see doing that?
I'm not sure, but he was carving it into a tree. I told him to stop.
Did you really? Why?
Defacing public property.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. What's the punishment for that kind of thing nowadays? Prison sentence?
It's usually a fine.
All right. What about defiling public liberty? Does that carry a fine too?
Oddly enough, the student in question argued a similar point. Is that something you encourage on the Atlas course?
We encourage people who put ideas first and moral anachronisms second. The problem with the law, Inspector, is that it's out of date.
Well, I suppose that's a matter of opinion. However, you still respect it.
Respect it? I abide by it. We all play by the book, Inspector, but that's only because of the threat of possible incarceration.
Of course. Next. Okay. Ask about this special stuff.
Know what this is, by any chance?
I've no idea. Gardening isn't my kind of thing. Rebecca would probably know. I presume you've met Rebecca.
Yes,
I'm sure she'd enjoy telling you what it is. She's the kind of woman who likes to feel superior. Would
You don't like
probably
her.
marry a millionaire and then decide to run her own pub.
Yes, why was that?
Well, she isn't exactly housewife material. She likes to be in control, like Ryan. Shame, isn't it, that I'm in control of both of them?
Really now? Did you see that look? Hang on, I gotta try to do this right. He goes. It's all in the eyes. Liam's death.
How well did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam, who took his life.
Oh. Well, as far as I remember, he was a good student, confident, outgoing.
You didn't notice any problems?
I believe he had problems at home.
Were you there when he died?
Yes.
And afterwards? You didn't see him after the meeting?
No.
What was Liam like that night?
No. Apart from being drunk, or possibly because of that, he seemed perfectly happy.
He was drunk?
Well, I assume the bottle in his hand contained whiskey and not lemonade.
Lots of similarities to Kate, don't you think? Drinking, depression. Is that normal for the students?
People come into the Atlas course for quick solutions to their problems. And when they don't get them as quickly as they might have liked, sometimes their impatience gets the better of them.
Really now? Just how impatient were they? You know, I sense that this alcohol is what was put in their drink that's quite, overpowered. What do you know about this here argument?
What did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
You didn't hear anything about an argument in the pub?
Should I have?
No, that's fine.
We check that, we check that, we check that, we check that, we check that.
Have you seen this before?
Looks familiar. Where did you find it?
It was, in the woods.
Presumably had something to do with Kate or her killer.
Well, that's what I'm trying to establish.
Shouldn't it be in an evidence bag, Inspector, in case of contamination?
I didn't have one with me, unfortunately.
Well, don't go testing it for DNA, will you? It's got yours all over it.
Yep. So now we ask about the card.
What do you know about this?
It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol we use sometimes on the course. Little bird in cage flying away. Freeing themselves from their past is the analogy.
So do they get them when they join the course or something?
No, not as a rule. I think I bought one once as a present.
Oh, not for Kate, by any chance?
No. Not for Kate. I can't really remember who it was.
It was for so this is the one that she.
For one of the students.
Okay, this is the one that she didn't want to.
No
do.
idea.
It's what's her face? The girl. Not Kate, but the other one. Because she said she got it from someone that she really didn't like or whatever like that. Remember that? Hang on, I gotta... Oh. Give me a second, everybody. My wife is home early. I'll be right back. Movement coming up.
Nice, I'm down. Moving over. God, he screamed in my ear.
Yelling all chat. Whew. I didn't know you weren't watching that.
Sorry, I was putting on lotion, dude. Literally, when they did that, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you don't do that at this part of the zone.
Oopsie.
You may want...
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ben. Happy birthday to you. Like my guy?
Look in the common spots they would hold up there. He probably just blew the hole. There he is. Oh! Oh! Y'all see that? Oh! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! All right, everybody, I am back. If I get disconnected, it's because they're working on my cable right now outside. So if I get disconnected, I get disconnected. My wife just stopped by, had to get something from the house. That's why I wanted to be right back. But turns out two of the internet people are out there right now working on the fiber. So yeah. So if it goes down, it's because my network dudes are here. All right, so let's go ahead and try to continue this up here. Did I ask everything? The brew?
Ever tried Simon's homebrew? Simon Thompson?
No, I haven't. I wouldn't touch anything that has had Simon's fingers in it.
What doesn't he like about Simon? What do you know
What do
about
you know
this
about
mask?
this?
Looks like a mask.
You don't recognize it?
Not particularly. Looks like a monarch mask.
What's a monarch mask?
Monarch is fancy dress outfitters. Ryan goes there sometimes.
Interesting.
Could you tell me a bit about this?
Had it designed by an agency.
And when was that?
Last year.
Is that when you started the business?
Yes, I suppose so.
Okay.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
I believe it's a
Scrying
scrying
mirror.
mirror.
They all know what a scrying mirror is.
Why would I use a scrying mirror?
So you have no interest at all in this sort of thing?
No.
Does the Atlas course use them at all?
Not at all. Strange question.
Okay, so I think that's everything. A phrase designed to summarize Atlas objectives. Students encouraged to free themselves. No place for guilt. Very similar, eh? So which one should it be we match up now? Wait. It was something like one of these two. Because he said something about the law. It's got to be one of these, right? It's something along those lines, but what is it? Ay. Gimville, you were here. You said that it was something to do with one of these last ones. I'm seeing something here. But I don't know which one to match it with.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Maybe there's just not enough data here yet.
I get the feeling I might be seeing a lot of Paul tonight.
It sounds like we'll be coming back to him, huh? So we have a hunch that Emma and that old dude was hitting on her.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
The necklace was an unwanted gift. Yeah, I'm just pressing random
that's it
stuff
for
now.
Thank you.
I thought we just got a lot more information. What happened? Back to Rebecca's pub.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Thank you. Probably be back later.
It says to question Paul thoroughly.
Let yourself go. Feel your soul lifting. Then wait for the moment to break free. Then break free. Excellent, Hannah.
Well,
Could you come back later, please?
what's going on here?
Please, leave.
Sorry, Ryan, there's a few more questions I have to ask you yet, and time's ticking by.
Leave.
Okay.
Burning
Voodoo wooden dolls!
burning ceremony. Very odd course this is.
I don't think they want us in there right now. Says we haven't asked all them about stuff yet. Huh, we just found something again. A lock thingy. So there's some stuff we gotta ask them about now, huh? Let's find out. I thought we were just here.
Ask about a few more things, please.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning, I think it was something that they did on the course. Simon mentioned it.
Oh, they didn't do that when you were there?
No.
A remote control lock.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
A doll burning. A burning doll.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
What do you know about doll burning?
Not on the course. It's a ritual thing. It's getting rid of things that you don't need. Throw it into the fire.
And that's a good thing?
Well, yeah, it helps you getting rid of things you don't need, so you can move on and take control again.
So what are the masks for?
They're just to help you get into the right frame of mind. Just get you into the zone, you know, help with the trance.
A trance?
Yeah. It's like self-hypnosis. We do it on the course sometimes. It's just to help you get into the right frame of mind, you know.
So you hypnotize yourself?
How do you do that?
Just stare into a mirror and chant something, you know, just say the same thing over and over again. Or you could just close your eyes and put yourself into a trance. Some people can do that.
And that's safe?
Well, yeah. Hypnosis doesn't work the way that most people think it does. You can't just be hypnotized if you don't want to be hypnotized. But you can learn to hypnotize yourself.
What did you say it was called? Auto-hypnosis?
Self-hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, same thing, really.
I think Simon was a bit too quick to play down the role of auto-hypnosis on the course. I'll have to ask around about this.
I think we go back to Emma now.
Thank you.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Do you know what auto-hypnosis is?
It's some type of self-hypnosis, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. But I think Kate was into it. She learned it from when she went to Atlas.
And what did she tell you about it?
Not a lot, really. I think it helped her. I think she used it as a sort of self-meditation.
Okay. So then we exit and then we go to the other ones. So now we gotta go ask the questions of the other ones. Pressing the wrong button. We're back to the farm. Okay.
A few more questions, please.
Ding!
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning? What sort of doll burning?
It doesn't mean anything to you.
No. Should it?
No, that's okay. Ever heard of auto-hypnosis, James? Self-hypnosis?
Yeah.
And what do you know about it?
It's another name for scrying. Some people call it auto-hypnosis, I call it scrying.
Right. So you're saying scrying is just self-hypnosis?
Scrying? You can scry on anything. I don't use a mirror. I can scry watching the clouds. Maybe the water on a lake.
It's about to get dark, y'all. Here it goes.
When you're watching the water, what happens? Do you go into a trance?
You lose yourself in your unconscious. You go deeper and deeper. You swim around. Try not to go too deep. Because if you go too deep, you start drowning. And you get dragged down to the bottom. As long as you stay swimming, you come to the surface again. Then you wake up and see the world as it really is. It's a journey to a place people talk about, but no one's ever seen. You're thinking about Kate, aren't you?
What makes you say that?
She bought a mirror. Sold her one last year.
Was she into using mirrors like that?
No idea. But she bought one.
Right.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Now what? Now we're over here to Rebecca.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Do you know anything about hypnosis used on the Atlas course?
Are you sure you mean hypnosis or the power of persuasion?
What's the difference?
Not a lot. But if you want someone to do something, it's usually easier to ask nicely.
Atlas used persuasion techniques.
Well, don't all businesses use it, Inspector? Ever heard of advertising?
Advertising.
What do you know about doll burning at Atlas?
Only that it's part of the course. I'm not entirely sure what they're for, but I made dozens for him.
You made them?
Oh, Ryan can't make anything. He's practically dyspraxic.
Okay.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
I didn't mean to press the bell again!
If you don't mind. Thank you. Probably be back later.
Should I hit the bell again? Alright, so where is Ryan and Paul? It says Paul and Ryan are right here. How do I find them? Are they this way? Okay, now they're here. Alright, there's a car here. We have keys. Wrong button. Hey, there we go. Uh-oh.
So, those are Ryan's guitars, kept in a garage. Not really the best place to keep them.
The rock band, man. Can we actually talk to them now? So now we can go in there.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Does Ryan play the guitar?
Ryan couldn't get a tune out of a radio. He's tone deaf.
Okay, so he's never tried to go professional.
If he did try, it was never going to happen.
Can you tell me more about the auto-hypnosis techniques used on the course?
We don't use hypnosis on the course.
Not at all?
Not anymore.
So, how was it used?
Hypnosis is probably the wrong word, Inspector. It's nothing to do with the trances or things like that. It was meant to force... to help students.
Force.
Did you force them?
You can't force anybody into being hypnotized. You have to want to be hypnotized. It's not something out of your control. You can't be hurt or damaged in any way by hypnosis.
So you've never put pressure on students to enter into hypnosis?
It would be impossible to do so.
What can you tell me about doll burning at Atlas?
Not very much. It's one of Ryan's ideas. My son is under the illusion that he's a genius.
That's all for the moment.
Oh,
Thank you.
this is Paul, so I gotta go back here and talk to Paul again. It says I gotta talk to Paul more. But it also says I have to talk to the other ones. Let's see what he says here.
Go on, Jenks. Surprise me.
Chief, lots of new information for you.
Oh, hang on. Let me sit down. Go on.
You know that cult I was telling you about? Well, it turns out it was Atlas all along. They were the same thing.
You don't say.
And the
You don't
student...
say.
How did you know that?
It was pretty obvious, Jenks.
Right. Well, the student who died last year, Liam, was a student there. They had to change their name after he died and were forced into an out-of-court settlement with the family.
Dodgy bunch.
Also, I met Paul Rand, finally. He's worse than Ryan, doesn't give a straight answer to anything.
What did he say about Liam?
Not much, other than that he was drinking throughout the course.
So we've got 2 heavy drinkers and 2 suicides in 2 years. They must be proud. Push him some more. See what you can get out of him.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chief.
Bye-zy-bye. Did he really just say bye-zy-bye? Bye-zy-bye. 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 Bye-zy-bye.
A couple more questions, if that's okay?
There's gotta be something that I got messed up here. Doll burning. Ryan. Ryan guitar. But what was the guitars in there then? I'm not yawning like crazy, no. Oh.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
I don't know, y'all. It says here, when we click on these hint things, that there's more stuff to ask these other 4. So let's ask the other 4. I think she'll know about the guitar, right?
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
He tries. He does keep wasting money on them, though. I think he believes if he buys the right one, he'll suddenly turn into Jimi Hendrix.
Is that how that goes?
Sad, really. I just let him play in his room. As long as he plays in there, I don't mind.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
I don't know why I keep clicking on that. I meant to click the other thing. So we click here. Simon. Back here.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
Not a whole lot. I know he brought a guitar to one of the groups once, at the end of one of the stages. That's the only time I've seen him with a guitar.
No, I'm not starting to get tired. Oh. Ugh.
Thank
so now
you.
we visit Emma.
Probably be back later.
Ask.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
I know he plays because he tried to buy one off me.
Do you play?
I used to. I used to be in a band, but I was a singer as well, so I got away with it.
Singer as well?
Yeah, I used to sing in a band every night. But sometimes it was in a pub, but usually at Rebecca's.
What was that called?
It was called Blackstone. And this guy from a record company once came to see us, and he said the band was rubbish, but that I was good. So after that, I don't think they liked me much, and then we broke up after college.
Can't hide talent.
Can you show us that talent? Just kidding. Okay, so we
Thank
exit.
you. Probably be back later.
Now we go back here. Then we go back in here. Then we ring the doorbell.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Wrong button again.
Ask about a few more things, please.
So what is it now that we need to figure out? I have no idea. What do y'all think? What within these are contradicting each other? Ugh.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Do we gotta walk some more? Maybe we just need to walk in the woods. I don't know. I didn't mean to go there. Seems like every time you get stuck, you gotta walk in the woods. Wrong way. Wrong way. Hang on, y'all. Something was just delivered at the house. I'll be right back. Oh! Winner! Chicken dinner frying pan! Yeah! Woo! That's how you get a chicken dinner, y'all. That is how. Oh! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Motherfucker! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Double! Somebody clip that shit!
I actually hope you get knocked right now.
I'm standing right there. I'm clipping this. Clip that.
Let's not.
Okay. I was trying to run somebody over with a plane at the crate. So I could clip that one for what's his face. He's still there where the smoke was.
Oh, wing was in the way.
Sorry. Oh! Yeah! That's gotta be clipped. Somebody clip it right now. Clip that shit. I am sending that to what's his face. Woo! That's how you do that, huh? Used to that. Crash landing on purpose. In the hole. He shoots, he scores! Look at that slam dunk! No. No. No! Alright. Alright, we're back. Sorry, y'all. I just keep getting stuck, and I'm not sure what else we're supposed to do. But I had to go check the package. It was my it was a dog's food. No one's here. So we need to ask Ryan about things. Where is Ryan? So we're trying to find Ryan now, right? He moved to somewhere. Maybe he went back to the pub. If so, he would be back at the other room. But no one's in here. Now, how do I talk to Ryan? Where is Ryan? Okay. I keep pressing the wrong item. I meant to press this to go down to this, to go to this. So why can't we talk back with him? Maybe we have to go back to the other one. Well, we'll go to the chief. Hang on.
Go on, Jenks, what do you know?
Not much really, sir, except I've discovered Ryan plays the guitar.
I thought you were going to tell me something useful.
Well, I found out Emma was in the band, too.
What with Rand?
Don't think so. Not sure, actually.
Well, why don't you find out and ring me back when you've got something useful to tell me, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah,
Chief.
not a problem.
Sorry, Chief.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are stuck.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
So there's something in here that we have to discover, right? Paul's idea.
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda.
Hmm. We know he didn't buy it for Kate, that he bought it for the other one, and then she gave it to Kate. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna look this one up, y'all. Monarch costumes. Hmm. It's telling me I gotta see something else first, so that's why I can't match it. It's acting like we have to go back to Atlas.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Yeah, so we're not there yet. Ah, crap. I'll be right back, y'all. Gotta step away for 1 second. Oh! Winner, chicken dinner frying pan! Yeah! Woo! That's how you get a chicken dinner, y'all. That is how.
Psycho preacher! That's what the foul little man calls me. A curse be upon his pancreas.
Crash landing on purpose. In the hole. He shoots, he scores. Look at that slam dunk. Movement coming up.
Nice, I'm down. Moving over. God, he screamed in my ear.
Yelling all chat. Whew. I didn't know you weren't watching that.
Sorry, I was putting on lotion, dude. literally, when they did that, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you don't do that at this part of the zone.
Oopsie.
You may want.
I do, however.
Is he gonna get me?
Fucking die.
I'm straight. I was going straight for a second. How come you didn't get me?
Don't open your mouth. Enemy locked on.
I gotta survive 15 more seconds. I'm not even shooting anymore.
Nicely done. Isn't enough. It isn't enough to take first, but you still got me.
At the end, they all just wanted to shoot me, so I didn't even worry about shooting anymore. I was just going through with the, I wasn't even looking to lock on. I was just going through trying to dodge them all.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm like 15 more seconds. No!
Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Oh. So we're back. And we're trying to figure out why we cannot yet find his son. So we have to do something here.
A few more questions, please.
Okay.
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda. I suppose Ryan already told you about our actual previous incarnation.
He explained, yes.
Did he tell you anything scandalous?
Not unless you count the suicide.
Well, these things happen.
Was it your idea?
The suicide?
Third eye.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Yeah. As my son had started to atrophy, I decided I ought to give him something to do.
And Third Eye was the same as Atlas, teaching business skills.
Okay.
Very similar.
Yeah, we've already discussed
So Liam's
this.
death didn't prompt you to make any changes?
There was nothing we could do about Liam's death, Inspector, any more than we could do anything about Kate's. It was out of our control.
You can't blame me for wondering, Paul. 2 student deaths in 2 years.
It's called a coincidence, Inspector. I expect they ate fast food also. But you're not investigating all the local chippies, are you?
We've looked at everything else. Alright, so this is what we missed. So, don't allow drugs and alcohol on site. There we go. The drinking.
So if you don't allow drink or drugs onto the site, why did you allow Liam to drink whiskey all night?
Well, we did give him various warnings. Did try to stop him, but didn't work.
But you let him stay on the course?
Yeah, well, we couldn't throw him out. This isn't a primary school, Inspector. We're not the police. We can't enforce these rules. If they pay their fees, they're entitled to stay on the course.
And what if they want to take drugs?
As long as they do it with discretion, frankly, I don't care if they want to wipe or inject paint stripper all over their faces.
Do you store any alcohol at Atlas?
No.
Is there a kitchen?
Why, do you want to go down there and check?
Well, obviously you wouldn't mind if what you're saying is true.
Of course I wouldn't mind. It's
so now we can go down there.
Laboratories down the corridor, but you won't find any drugs in there or alcohol.
Whether I find alcohol at Atlas or not, it probably isn't particularly relevant. But it's worth a look anyway. That's it for the time being.
Now we can go down there. I wouldn't have found that one trying to search it repeatedly. So we did have to look that one up. We're back in here. Now we know we can turn left.
So the kitchen must be down the corridor there, if what Paul said is true.
Absolutely nothing. What? Nope, nothing.
Interesting.
Do not
there's
move.
a TV right there with a DVD player. I don't think anyone will mind if I have a quick look at this.
XXX. Sure, let's put it on. Why would you put anything on it anyways if you didn't want someone to watch it? Wrong button. Wrong button. Thieves?
Well, that was odd. Looked like someone pickpocketing, but why make a video of it?
Yes, no, it's not rated M. It is not rated M. Trying these other ones here.
Freedom, true freedom, means freedom from many vices that society had traditionally believed to be virtues. Self-criticism, self-doubt, guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not virtues. These are sins. Born of a fake morality implanted deep within.
So I can't pause this, but if you look at his eyes right now, at certain parts, do you actually see blue in one eye and brown in the other? I see blue and brown. Do you see it? Right there when he turns it like that, it's blue and brown.
By those at the very pinnacle of society.
Then it turns back to matching.
I'm going to show you that common morality is nothing more than the cynical creation of an elite desperate to stay in power. An elite hell-bent on preventing you from reaching your full potential by making you feel guilty for pursuing success. But the good news is, that you can take back control. You can become the success you deserve to be. Atlas will give you a unique and powerful advantage. Life in all its technicolor glory can be yours. All that you have to do is to stay, embrace it, enjoy it,
Yay.
your ambition.
Mwah, 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 ambition, mwah. Okay. Is it just the same one? Same one. I think we have some talking to do now. So can I actually talk to Ryan now? He's not answering this door. So where is Ryan?
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Seen this before?
The writing looks familiar, but no.
Yes, the writing does look familiar to him, don't it?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay. So it says I have to talk to him, but I don't see where to go to talk to him. There's some others to talk to. Oh, there we go. We got a video thing.
The DVD. That's all they took. It must have been deliberate. Someone clearly wanted that back. Nice and helpful of them to leave a piece of evidence behind, though.
Okay, we got something. So, pub. Anyone here? No one's in the back. Next. Talk to her.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Have you seen this before anywhere?
Well, I know the shop, costume shop just outside the village.
Ever used it?
Not personally, but I think Ryan might have.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Okay. So it wants us to ask each and every item here again.
A few
Ding,
more
ding,
questions,
ding-a-ling.
if you don't mind.
Seen this anywhere before?
Nope.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
We've already spoke to her. Knock,
Couple
knock,
more
knock,
questions,
knock.
if that's okay.
Do you know the shop? Have you used it?
No, but I know where it is.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Seen this? You know the shop?
Yeah, I know the shop. I hired something from them last year, I think.
This is for a party, I assume.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, huh?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay, so now we're back to the map. We're back to him. And we're back to here.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't recognize the shop?
No.
Is there someone else who works at Atlas? Someone who may have been there tonight?
No. There's a cleaner. Comes at strange times, but then he's a strange boy. Work experience.
As a cleaner?
Well, we did try him in accounts, but didn't work out.
He was a different type of accountant, huh?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So where is Ryan? It says there's 4 things I haven't asked Ryan about yet. Where is Ryan? Does anyone know? I don't know how to get to Ryan. We're dialing numbers.
Yes, Jenks.
Sir, I've been assaulted. Mugged.
Wanted to take the hat.
No.
Not the hat.
Sir.
Was it a dodgy one?
Well, I don't think so, sir, but obviously someone wanted it back. Put a bag over my head.
What did they do that for?
I've no idea. It's quite disorienting, actually.
Did you keep the bag?
Yes.
Right, we'll find out where it came from. Someone must know about it.
All right, Chief. I'll call later.
Can't wait.
So I gotta ask Ryan now. But where's Ryan?
Ask you a couple more things, please. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Oh, Ryan. I'm like, where else do I go? Does anyone know? Is he finally going to answer? I don't think so. So we just don't know where he is now. So where is he? Return the hallway, right? Go this way.
Freedom, true freedom, means freedom from many vices that society had traditionally believed to be virtues. Self-criticism, self-doubt, guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not virtues. These are sins. Born of a fake morality implanted deep within our minds and collective consciousness by governments and religions through the ages, with the sole purpose of preventing the masses, stopping us from achieving the same success, happiness, and freedom enjoyed by those at the very pinnacle of society. I'm going to show you that common morality is nothing more than the cynical creation of an elite desperate to stay in power. An elite hell-bent on preventing you from reaching your full potential by making you feel guilty for pursuing success. But the good news is that you can take back control. You can become the success you deserve to be. Atlas will give you a unique and powerful advantage. Life in all its technicolor glory can be yours. All that you have to do is to stay, embrace it, enjoy it, and learn to love your ambition. Welcome to Atlas.
Still nothing. I still don't know where I'm supposed to talk to him now.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, who am I at right now? So we got this bag. He said something about Monarch. Okay, we got that one.
Do you visit Monarch Costumes a lot?
No, I used to go in there occasionally. Why?
But you do know the shop.
Yes, of course I do.
You see,
phone
Paul,
keeps going off.
I thought you said you didn't know where this bag was from.
Well, maybe I do.
This was used to put over my head, Paul, by a mugger. Would you like to tell me something?
Are you suggesting that I had something to do with your mugging?
Did you?
You really ask the most ridiculous questions. Of course I didn't.
So why did you lie about the shop?
Well, I didn't have anything to do with your mugging, Inspector, but I might know somebody who did.
Go on.
Did Ryan mention Jason to you as a cleaner? Unfortunately, Ryan at some point told Jason that the DVD mustn't be removed from the site. So, when he saw you take it, he simply thought that he was doing us a favour by
getting it back.
He isn't exactly what you'd call one of Darwin's best examples.
So what's on the DVD that's so special?
All right, it was something I did myself, a little stunt I pulled to amuse the students.
What kind of stunt?
I pretended to steal from the students. I emphasize the word pretended. The students knew all about it afterwards. Everything was above board.
Steal from students? Why?
We were doing a piece about pushing the limit, so I decided I would show them how it was done. Oh, don't look so serious, Inspector. I returned everybody's things immediately afterwards. No harm done.
And when was this?
Last year sometime.
So teaching as
Third
if it's
Eye or
okay to do
Atlas?
this.
Third Eye, I think.
And this was before or after Liam died?
Well, since you'll probably find out anyway, it happened to be on the night that Liam died, as it happens. Before you ask, no, I didn't steal from him.
Do you think it's a good idea to encourage students to steal, Paul?
I wasn't encouraging students to steal. Policemen are so literal. Life is shades of grey, Inspector. Much as the Force might like it, it doesn't divide neatly into blacks and whites. Now, if you don't mind, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment. You know where the door is.
I see he was quick enough to claim he didn't steal from Liam. What kind of stunt was that anyway? And Liam dying later the same night? It's just all a bit too suspicious.
Okay, now can we actually talk to him? It still wants us to go see Ryan. Back to Atlas. Where's Ryan? He's not back. Alright, let's go back through this again. Ding 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 a ling.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
This game is dragging
Couple
out a
more
lot more
questions, if
than I
that's okay?
expected it to.
What do you know about Paul Rand?
Paul the Slime.
You've obviously met him then.
Yes, I have.
What do you know about him committing a fake theft during one of the courses?
What, about him going through people's bags? Yeah, he tried that thing on me as well, weirdo.
So you were at Third Eye?
Yes. Yes, I went there for a few months after college and I left because I hated it. And I didn't know Atlas was the same thing. And I went with Simon.
Does Simon know that?
No. I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I didn't say anything.
So he doesn't know you went to Third Eye?
No.
Ah! So is that where you met Ryan as well?
Yep.
Right. What didn't you like about the course?
Well, it was stupid. They just made you do things to other people and be abusive just to prove that you could, and I absolutely hated it.
What sort of things?
Oh, just stupid things. Nasty things to prove that you could do it. It was about not feeling guilty. And it was horrible. That's why I left.
And is Simon doing all of this stuff now?
No, I think they had to stop because it was just getting ridiculous. I think somebody got arrested or something.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
visit Simon.
Probably be back
Simon.
later.
What do you know about Paul stealing money from students? Part of a stunt or something?
What, did he do that? I've never heard about anything like that. No, it might be part of the risk-taking thing, though.
Explain that.
Well, it's part of the course. You have to do something dangerous or risky, something you wouldn't normally do.
Something dangerous?
Well, not dangerous, just risky. Like saying something you wouldn't normally say to someone, or doing something unusual.
Like stealing from other students?
Well, we
Wait
didn't
a
do
second.
anything like that, but
So
you have to tell everyone at the end of the course anyway.
saying
And
something
you're not
different
allowed
to
do
people. So
anything
instead of calling
that
them an
would hurt
asshole, I have to
or
call them a
offend
nice
anyone.
person.
Or you're not allowed to do anything really bad. It's all pretend, really.
It seems a bit odd for a business course.
It works, though.
That's it for the time
No,
being.
we
Thank
already
you.
did that.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
All right, so who's left? So I gotta now ask Rebecca. So where's the other dude?
A few more questions, please.
Did you know about Paul's money stealing at Atlas?
Are you talking about a particular incident or just in general?
It's something he did on the course. Stunt.
And what did he do exactly?
Oh, well, he pretended to steal from the students.
That doesn't ring a bell. Paul's stunts usually involve throwing fancy dress parties with scantily clad girls or women dressed as nurses. That's his usual fetish.
When was the last party he threw?
Sometime in the summer. I didn't stay long.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
So there's 5 things to ask Ryan. Well, where is Ryan? Where is Ryan? Do we gotta wander around somewhere again? Still nothing. Gemphil says Ryan is probably somewhere watching my stream. Is he actually going to be in here to talk now? We're trying to find him, y'all. This is getting frustrating. Is he going to answer now? No. So where is Ryan to talk to? It's like... So wait, I thought we already asked him. So it's telling us there's more to ask.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Okay. So...
Be back later on, if that's okay.
It's telling us that we want to... Am I missing something? We want to go back to Atlas, right? We've been there. Enter. My phone's going off. Oh, there it goes. It's telling me there's more than I'm missing, but it's not here yet. So there's something I gotta say to somebody. It's telling me...
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Okay. I knew there was something relating between the two. And we finally found it. So, it has to be with Liam's death. I had to look this up. But I now know what she's lying about. I saw this already. I don't know why I didn't click it. Got it.
That band you sang in, Blackstone.
I recognized that name
Who else was in
initially.
the band?
Just a few people from college.
Including Liam?
Yeah.
Why did you say you didn't know him?
No, it's not that. I just thought you meant that I didn't know about his suicide.
Did you?
No, I was away on holiday.
When he died?
Yeah, I only knew him through the band.
She
Oh, yeah, there's
definitely
more of that.
knows more than she's saying. She was in a band with Liam, but didn't know about his problem? I'm not sure I believe you, Emma.
So now what? Is there something else here? Yeah, those two ain't gonna fit together. Oh, my shoulder. There's something else we gotta match up here. Okay. So she says that she wasn't there the night of him dying, but theft stunt. Was at it when he pulled the stunt, but then what's his face died? Liam.
Aha.
Yeah.
So, you witnessed Paul's money-stealing stunt, is that right?
Yes.
But you weren't there when Liam died.
No.
Don't quite understand that, you see, because Paul pulled the stunt on the same night. Liam died later that evening.
I must have got mixed up.
So you don't know anything about Liam's death, even though you were there on that night?
No.
Emma. I think you better explain, don't you?
Well, it was the stupid course, wasn't it?
Go on.
Well, we were all told to do stupid things, and then that thieving thing happened, and so...
Take a breath, Emma.
Liam killed himself because of me.
Why?
Liam had a birthmark on the side of his face. And no one would mention anything, even though we all knew it was there. And they all thought it was ugly. So I thought I'd say something, and I even asked Paul if it was okay to say it.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't mind. Then Liam killed himself. Liam's dead because of me.
Because
Well,
of just
Emma,
saying wrong things.
I'm quite sure you regret what you said, but I really don't think you caused Liam's death. There's always more to these things than meets the eye. It wasn't your fault.
We can't tell Simon, please.
Simon doesn't need to know. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Poor Emma. I suppose it's possible that what she said led to Liam's death, but I really doubt it. I blame the Rands before I blame her.
Okay. So we go to the Atlas thing. Wait, there we go. Now we see an item. Now we remembered that something said it needed a flashlight. You remember that?
Never remembered to buy one.
This, where was it? There was a room that it said that you couldn't see because of light. I think it was by the pub. That key that we used to open that door. Oh, look, you're back.
Questions, if you don't mind.
What do you know about Emma Bowman criticizing Liam before his suicide?
I was there. I witnessed it. Well, I know Emma blamed herself for his death.
Did she?
Well, she was upset and all of that, but I wouldn't blame her, Inspector. I really don't think she had anything to do with it at all.
You don't think?
Liam was a very confident person, very outgoing, very strong individual, or so it seemed. I mean, people are free to do what they like. Even something as irreversible as bumping themselves off. Sad though that is, of course.
Mm-hmm. He's just pushing that even more.
What do you know about your father's money-stealing stunt?
Oh, well, yes, that was something that Dan decided to do as part of the shock aspect of the course.
But he went too far, you believe?
He usually does.
And do you think it did have anything to do with Liam's death?
No.
No.
I mean, that was just a simple, unfortunate coincidence. I mean, Liam had his own problems, but he didn't have any problems with the money shock stunt. No.
Okay. What about this
do
bag?
Do you know what this is?
Well, I think it's a bag. Is it a bag, Inspector?
The shop?
Oh, yes, the costume shop. Yes, we used to hire from them.
For the course?
Well, yes. For the course, at the end of each stage, we have a little party, and we ask students to dress up, try acting out being somebody new, their new selves, as it were.
Could you explain a bit more? New selves?
One of the main elements of the course is learning how to act, how to be whoever you need to be in any given situation. I think you'll agree, Inspector, that business is about being...
That just put themselves as all of them guilty. They're all acting. Well, you know, as their character is acting.
Pretend, you know that kind of thing. It's surprising what a little bit of cross-dressing can do for you, Inspector.
Cross-dressing, really? No.
Not at this stage. I didn't realize you were a musician.
Oh, well, I'm not really a musician. I mean, I dabble a little bit. To be quite honest with you, I'm far more interested in collecting guitars.
You're not in a band?
Well, I did audition. I did audition a few years ago. When I say a few years ago, of course, I mean about 20 years ago. Doesn't time fly?
What band was that?
Oh, I can't remember. Something Stone. Aren't they all called something Stone? Hammerstone. That's it.
And you still collect?
I haven't bought a guitar for over a year. I feel I've moved on.
Really now?
Can you tell me about auto-hypnosis?
Well, what would you like to know?
Do you use it on the course?
We dip into it occasionally, but it's not a major feature of the course. I would say that, well, a minority of the students know how to use it, but the majority wouldn't know and have a clue.
It's not a requirement of the course.
No, not at all. We don't ask people to do things that they're not comfortable with. There's no bribery, no coercion. We're thinking about phasing auto-hypnosis out, actually.
What's the reason for that?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Inspector, it doesn't actually work very well.
He's blinking repeatedly. Again.
So tell me more about this doll burning.
It's a symbolic ceremony we perform every few weeks on the course.
What's it about?
It's about burning your old personality and finding a new one, a better one.
So the dolls are...
You. They represent you from the past. Each doll has a picture of the student as a child or a teenager. And they burn the doll and symbolically destroy their old personality. It's quite simple but effective, I find.
And why did that girl shout?
Because it's an emotional thing. She's quite clearly become very attached to her doll. They do spend the first month with them. We tell them to take the doll everywhere with them before they actually go through the doll burning.
And you believe that's a good thing? Destroying your past?
Of course it's a good thing, Inspector.
Of course it's a
We're
good
all
thing,
shackled
Inspector.
to our past, particularly you by the sound of it. Perhaps we should make a doll of you, Inspector, and burn that. What do you think?
No.
No, thank you.
You're probably right. I'm not sure it would do any good anyway.
Oh, ouch. All right, so what else are we at now?
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Where might that torch be useful? Okay, so we know that part already. We gotta go here, and then in the back house there. Okay. What do we got here? Car or something? Devil worshippers.
Well. And there's the mask symbol again. Looks like someone's been trying to make a point.
Okay. So now we go back in here. Talk to him in the
Couple more
lounge.
questions, if that's okay.
Okay, let's look it up.
Do you
I'm not
know
looking up,
what,
but ask him.
These are.
Oh, yes, that's my old car. It was vandalized. I took those for the insurance company. Where did you find those?
At the pub. You know who did this?
Yes. A girl called Lisa Blint. She was on the course. Very strange girl.
And why did she write the words devil worshippers all over your car?
Well, she was a very strange girl. She had a lot of psychological problems. I'm not entirely sure, Inspector. I mean, she took a dislike to the course for some particular reason. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And she asked for a refund. I declined. And she decided to spray her disapproval all over my car.
Odd thing to spray, isn't it, though? Devil worshippers?
Well, she was a very odd girl, Inspector. Maybe she thought it was a way of getting back at us. I have no idea.
Did Rebecca know
How many
about
times
it?
did he just
Well,
have
yes,
to
she
say
did, but
odd girl?
I wasn't about to unleash Rebecca on her. She can be quite fierce sometimes, you know. And I mean, the girl wasn't vindictive. She had psychological problems. She lives in the village, actually. The run-down house at the end of the lane. Can't miss it.
Really? Right, thank you.
New person to talk to, huh? Let's go do that.
Probably be back later.
Probably. Maybe with some handcuffs.
Could that be where Lisa lives? Run-down house at the end of the lane. That's what Ryan said, wasn't it?
We just assumed it was down here because it said at the end of the lane.
Is it Lisa?
Yes.
Inspector Jenks, I'm investigating an incident in the village. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
What sort of incident?
I'd rather come in and discuss it if that's all right with you. I promise I won't take long. Thank you. I'll just go in here, yes?
I have to go out in a minute.
Oh, look, I can come back later.
I might not be here. What did you want to ask?
I just wanted to ask you, did you know Kate Vine?
No.
Right. Well, I heard that you're familiar with Atlas, the life skills training company.
What do you want to know about Atlas?
Well, I heard you reacted badly to it.
Of course I reacted badly. So would anyone.
Now, why do you say that?
Because they're devil worshippers.
Devil worshippers?
They're making demons appear. They're tricking everybody. They're getting
Really
people
now?
to join up. Then they're putting demons inside
Probably
them.
the drug thing.
You can see them.
See who?
Demons.
Where could you see them?
In the mirrors.
At Atlas?
Any mirror. You can't get rid of them. They stay inside you.
So, how did you get rid of them?
I didn't. I saw that in the commercial. Remember we saw that in the commercial?
I just don't look. I put all the lights on. I make sure it's all bright. I put them on when I need to look in the mirror. If I make sure everything is bright, I just see myself without seeing the other person.
Who is the other person?
She's like me,
But not me.
older.
Older?
It's like her eyes sink in. She's all wrinkled, with a wrinkled mouth. Like she's dying. And then I realize I'm her. I'm not me anymore. I'm her. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She has to go now. She's sorry. She must go.
What a very fragile and disturbed person, and utterly convinced that Atlas are worshipping the devil. How are Ryan and Paul going to get out of this one?
Okay. Alright, so we'll go to these two. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
I just started the dance. Second place! Second place! Yeah! Second place! You do realize you just shot an unarmed man, right? Woo! I think that one worked, y'all. Boom, 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 boom. That one worked. True meaning of hide and seek. Are you ready to die? Oh! Winner, winner, chicken dinner, frying pan, yeah! Woo! That's how you get a chicken dinner, y'all. That is how. Is it safe? Oh! Oh!
Let's not.
Okay. I was trying to run somebody over with the plane at the crate. So I could clip that one for what's his face. He's still there where the smoke was.
Oh, Wing was in the way.
Sorry. Oh! Yeah! That! It's gotta be clipped. Somebody clip it right now. Clip that shit. I am sending that to what's his face.
Alright, we're back.
Have you ever heard about there being devil worship at Atlas?
Devil worship? No. Definitely not. Who said that?
It's just something I heard. Okay, thanks. Do you know anything about these?
Nope. Sorry.
Nope. Now we visit Simon. Here we go.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
What do you know about devil worship?
Devil worship? Where?
At Atlas.
Devil worship at Atlas? No, there's none of that.
Have you seen these before?
No. Don't know the car.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Wait, one more thing to ask him.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Be back later on, if that's okay.
Why is it that the crazy ones are at the end of the street? Anyone? You notice all the crazy ones are
Just a
further
few
down the
more
street
questions, if you
at
don't
the
mind.
end?
Know anything about these?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you know anyone who is interested in or involved with devil worship?
Have you met Lisa?
Which Lisa are you talking about?
Mad Lisa. Lives on her own, doesn't like mirrors.
Yeah, I've met her. You think she's mad?
You can't look at yourself in the mirror without seeing ghosts. You've got problems, don't you think?
How do you know her?
She came to the farm for some eggs a couple of times. Got talking to her once, that's all.
And what did she tell you?
Nothing much. Except she thought the devil was after her.
What did you tell her?
The devil, I tell you! The devil needs a good reason to be after you. But she was just like most people, really, blind to herself. Except she's more extreme.
He gave her too many drugs. That's what happened.
Madness is being blind to yourself.
Okay.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Rebecca, go in the pub.
Ask about a few more things, please. Have you ever seen these?
It's Ryan's car. It got vandalised last year. His camera had been stolen, so I took pictures. God, whoever did it made a mess, didn't they?
But nobody was prosecuted for it.
Not that I remember. The insurance paid out, though.
Where's that car now?
Have you ever come across anyone interested in or involved with the occult?
As in black magic? No, why?
Atlas don't use occult techniques or anything like that?
Atlas? Not unless Ryan's got a secret he's not telling me about. Why, who's been talking?
Just a line of inquiry. Okay, thanks.
Just a line of
That's
inquiry.
it for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, now who? Here we go. Back in the house.
A couple more questions, if that's okay?
Yoo-hoo!
Do you think Emma's criticism of Liam on that last night led to his suicide?
I doubt it helped.
Did you encourage Emma to criticize him?
I didn't encourage Emma to do anything. I merely told her what we tell every student to do, to express themselves as they want to. It would be out of order to criticize them after that, wouldn't it? However, I didn't expect her to criticize his birthmark, if that's what it was. That's a decision she took herself.
So you didn't know her well?
No, not at all.
Do you know anything about devil worship, Paul?
I beg your pardon?
Devil worship?
He's like, no, I don't worship myself. My horns are still hidden a little bit, but...
something here.
I heard Atlas had elements of Satanism on the course.
You were misinformed. We're a training company, we're not devil worshippers. What kind of a question is that?
So you've no interest in the occult?
No, Inspector, I have no interest in the occult any more than I have interest in pole vaulting, cheese making, or snake charming. Anything else you want to know that I'm not interested in?
Those snakes are already quite charming. So it wants us to go back up here. I understand going back and forth, clicking this, clicking that, but the fact of how you have to repetitively go in here and you have to find something specific in order to continue, it really slows the game down for me. I'm still with the story, okay? So if I wasn't streaming, this wouldn't bother me as much, but I see the fact that as I'm starting to search for things and stuff like that, this can get pretty boring to watch.
A few more questions, please.
I give it more like a 6.5 to a 7 for the streaming purposes, and more about a 7 to 7.5 for playing by itself, off the air.
Has devil worship ever been part of the course, Ryan?
Am I correct in assuming that you have spoken to Lisa Blint?
You would be. She's been telling me all about the Atlas obsession with Satanism, Ryan.
Then if you've met Lisa Blint, then you will have worked out for yourself that she has a very vivid imagination. She also has psychological problems, diagnosed psychological problems, as a matter of fact.
So where did she get the idea that you lot were devil worshippers?
I really have no idea. The girl is insane. She's frightened of her own shadow, bless her. She actually thinks that demons are possessing her even now. You really can't trust a word she says.
So you are saying there has never been any devil worship at Atlas?
I don't even know what devil worship is, Inspector. It's not something I particularly know anything about. I certainly don't recall anyone ever having worshipped the devil at Atlas. We even tried to help the poor girl by paying for some treatment, but she didn't want it.
Really?
It's not easy to offer someone help when they think that you're the problem.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Oh, I thought I did ask him already. Let's go ask him. I swore I did.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Do you know what these are?
Yes, that's Ryan's car. Another toy he managed to ruin.
Ryan's car.
It was vandalized sometime last year.
You know who did it?
I don't believe anybody was ever prosecuted for it.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, so now we call the chief.
Jenks, I presume.
Yes, Chief. Bit more news. It turns out Emma was with Liam on the night he died, and she thinks she caused him to commit suicide. She made fun of him, mocked him as part of the course.
Nice of her. Why did she do that?
Requirement of the course, apparently. To say something offensive. It's meant to encourage free thinking.
Interesting opinion. And I suppose the Rams just think that's what, par for the course or something like that, do they?
Well, Paul wasn't too bothered. He claims he didn't know Emma, so couldn't have predicted what she was going to do.
What does Emma say about him?
She does not like him. Really doesn't like him.
So she must have known him well enough. How well did he know her?
He
he claims not very well.
Well, make sure he's telling the truth. Oh, I've got a cup of coffee to make.
Somebody's gonna make some coffee.
Bye.
Okay. So I just called the chief for an update, and it wants me to go this way. So how did Emma really know him? Was he the one that hit on her?
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Hmm. Something I can ask her. Necklace being an unwanted gift. No. Hmm. Let's see. Gotta be something to match in here.
Have you ever heard about there being devil worship at Atlas?
Devil worship? No. definitely not. Who said that?
It's just something I heard. Okay, thanks.
Hmm. What else do we got, y'all?
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Is there some other inventory stuff we gotta find? We already used the light, right? Nothing else.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
So, didn't he say prior on this that he actually, when he was younger, he read the devil worshipping stuff? Hmm. Okay. There it is. All right, we got it.
So, you used to read a lot about voodoo and satanic rituals, but you don't know anything about devil worship?
Well, obviously, I just meant we don't worship the devil. We're not devil worshippers here at Atlas, Inspector.
Flirting with the devil.
That you claim not to know anything about it, but admitted you were obsessed with it when you were younger. Are you sure none of that made its way onto the Atlas course? And that Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything within that course?
Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything other than her own imagination, Inspector. Look, we do use some techniques that some students find difficult, disturbing. We encourage them to see things differently, that's all. And some people simply aren't up to that. Some people, like Lisa, that's why we introduced the aptitude test.
What's the aptitude test?
This.
Okay, so now we're about to get a test.
We ask students to fill in an aptitude test, medical history, psychological issues, that kind of thing, any medication that they have used in the past, any medication that they currently are using. Here, take a look. Basically, it's just to try and make sure that we don't get another Lisa.
Has it worked?
Oh, touch wood, so far, yes.
Can I keep a copy of this? I wonder how much importance they actually give to this test. And what are they doing that's so disturbing anyway?
Okay.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay. So now we're over here about the test. Okay, Emma, what are you getting the test?
More questions, if that's okay. Have you seen one of these before?
No, not this one exactly, but we had to fill something similar in on the first night at Atlas. One of those aptitude tests, fitness and stuff like that.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
All right, let's see what he says. He's a more new member, so he should see this.
Did you do a test before you started at Atlas?
Oh, yeah. It was all just questions about if I had any illnesses or mental health problems or stuff like that, But they didn't actually ask for any proof, so I could have lied through your teeth on that one. Don't think they actually checked.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, so now what?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I gotta check and see if my wife's on her way yet. We should be done with this game almost. They're not on the way back yet. All right. So we're going to the pub.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. Do you know anything about this?
It's the aptitude test, isn't it, for Atlas? What do you want to know?
Do you know why it was introduced?
I think they had some trouble with some unsuitable students. I suppose you have to be careful who you work with.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Now we gotta go to Paul.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Can you tell me a bit about this, please? It's the Atlas aptitude test.
What do you want to know?
What does it test, exactly?
It's a test we introduced to make sure that any students didn't have any major personality problems, skeletons in the cupboard, so to speak. We introduced it because we had a little bit of a problem with one of the students.
Lisa.
You are well informed.
And what do you think it was that disturbed her?
I believe that the course proved to be too demanding for her. We discovered that she had one or two psychological problems and she couldn't handle it.
And did you change anything else on the course apart from introducing the test?
We increased the entrance age to 21. Well, wasn't much, but it's about the only thing we could do. We didn't want another Lisa. We didn't want students turning around and suing us, did we?
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Okay, so now what? There must be a contradiction somewhere. Okay. So where would that
Just a
be?
few more questions, if you don't mind.
Wait a second. Hardly knew Emma. Wasn't there something about somebody? Oh, it won't let me match that. I'm pretty sure he's the one that hit on Emma. Well, wait. He did say something about that. It was in the lock thing, the jewelry thingy. There we go. I got it.
You say
I didn't
you
even have to look
know
that one
Emma.
up.
Yet you bought her a freedom necklace.
I don't remember saying anything about buying Emma a necklace.
So you didn't buy her one? So you did buy her one. So that means you must have known her, and quite well too.
Stop making such a big thing about this, Inspector. Look, I've been around a few years. The clock is ticking. And I admit I have an embarrassing weakness for attractive women. It was a stupid mistake. But that's all it was.
So you're saying you tried it on with her?
No, I didn't try it on. I bought her a necklace. I'm not aware that there's a law against buying presents, unless, of course, the Third Reich has been elected while I was at a bridge party. Emma was old enough to make decisions for herself. And as a matter of fact, she decided that she didn't want to be bothered with an old fool like me. So nothing happened, no mistakes, nobody got hurt. All right.
Like father, like son. No surprises there. I wonder how many students Paul has tried it on with.
What more information would that go for, though?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So is it going to say there's still something else? It says to call the chief for an update.
Make it interesting, Jenks.
Chief, I finally saw a bit of what goes on at Atlas. I walked in on a meeting. Very strange. There were several students sitting around a fire, taking it in turns to burn handmade woolen dolls.
You're hoping I'm going to say tell me more, aren't you? I'm changing my mind.
Ryan had an explanation for it, as did Simon. He claimed it was all about burning your past or something. Actually, Simon told me something interesting. He said they also use auto-hypnosis on the course.
Oh, what's that?
Self-hypnosis. Hypnotizing yourself. Apparently, that may have been what disturbed Lisa so much.
Is it dangerous?
Well, not in theory. Nobody I've spoken to seems to think so.
Well, if it disturbs Lisa so much, then it can't be all that safe for everything, can it?
I suppose it depends on your psychological state to begin with, but I'll look into it.
Okay, keep it up, Jenks.
Always do, Chief. Always do.
You're very funny, very funny. Bye-bye.
Okay, so there's got to be something else still with what's his face right here.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Lisa couldn't handle it. Okay. So now what do we have for Lisa down here? That one? There we go.
So nobody has ever been affected by auto-hypnosis, except Lisa.
Hypnosis wasn't the problem, Inspector. Lisa was the problem with Lisa. That's why we introduced the test.
But the hypnosis was the trigger, wasn't it?
Lisa arrived on the course believing we were all devil worshippers. She was nuts to start with. We didn't make her like that.
Well, as far as I can tell, Paul, you've had one student accuse you of devil worship and 2 others commit suicide. Some of your students aren't having a very good time on this course, are they?
Nonsense. Kate was enjoying every minute of it. She couldn't get enough of it.
Really?
She was full of the joys of life. Bubbly, confident, flirty.
With who?
You mean with whom?
With whom?
Pretty much everybody. Including me, as I remember.
Oh my God, it's going to be one of those things.
Did you respond?
I don't get into relationships with students, Inspector. Company policy. It's not professional.
Well, what about when he did
Interesting
the...
admission that Kate flirted with him. There's no way Paul would have turned down an opportunity like that.
So he just said something. And we can't catch him on it. Because otherwise, there's Emma. Once tried to date Emma. Right? Yep. I caught that one right away.
So you avoid relationships with students, except for Emma, who you tried to date.
Oh, come on, Inspector. That was a long time ago.
And what about Kate Vine? Did you try to date her or not?
Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Inspector. Kate was an exceptionally clever girl. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she knew how to get it.
You mean that Kate approached you?
It wouldn't surprise me if she was playing everyone in the group. Kate had more enemies than you'd think. She was a very, very manipulative young woman.
Interesting.
10 o'clock, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace if I'm gonna solve this by midnight.
Alright, so how do we solve this by midnight? Alright, it wants us to go to the pub.
I really don't think it's my place, darling.
It is your place here.
I just don't want to tell tales.
Tell him about Simon. You know what happens when you don't do as I say.
So it's going to be that kind of evening, is it?
If you play your cards right.
Only if you deal.
Problems?
Hello, Inspector. See you later.
Ding ding. Ding-a-ling. Ding 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 ding.
Questions, if that's okay?
Music got real loud all of a sudden. Y'all notice that? Okay.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
Oh, something here. Prescription?
Well, isn't that interesting?
Pharmacy. What was it, though? What medicine? Ding-a-ling!
More questions, please.
The cupboard downstairs, there's a lot of unopened stuff in it.
Is there?
Prescriptions. Made out to you.
Oh, they're just spare painkillers. The chemist always gives us too many. He's a friend of the family.
Really now.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay, so we want to go to... So it was hinting we wanted to go to the port. Where was the port? No, not there. Right. Right. That's That's the junction. Left. Back. Left. Right. Nothing. Right. Up. Okay, let's see what this does.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Let's see where my wife's at. She is on her way home right now. She's actually home. Okay.
Do you know what the medicine in the cupboard at the pub is for?
You'd better ask Rebecca about that. I'm not exactly sure what's in there. She tends to keep her wares under lock and key. Do you know, our wedding night was quite a surprise.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Wants us to visit the lodge. Where was the lodge again? Ah, this lodge. What is he doing? Oh, he dropped something.
Bit careless, Simon. Probably nothing important, but at this stage, I need all the clues I can get.
1905 and some type of key thingy.
A few more questions,
Boom,
if you
boom,
don't
boom, boom.
mind. Is this yours?
Yeah. That's from my keys. Where did you find that?
Just outside.
Right. Oh, it must have come off when Nathan dropped my keys off. He was borrowing my car.
That's very trusting.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I am a bit too trusting, really. It's a new car as well.
The business
I
card.
think you dropped this outside. Someone you know.
Oh, this is just from some IT guy I met. I don't need it.
Fair enough. I noticed some numbers on the back. Do you need these?
I don't know. What is it?
1905?
Oh, yeah. That's just a pin for something. It's okay. I can remember it.
So not an offshore savings account or anything?
No. It's not important.
Alright, so now we visit Emma.
Have you seen this before?
Nope. Sorry, never heard of him.
Okay.
What do you know about this?
This is Simon's. I bought this from when we were on holiday. Has he lost it?
He dropped it.
He can't keep anything.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Come again. We still haven't saved the game in a while, huh? We are 63% done, it says. Ring-a-ling, ring, ring, ring.
If you don't mind.
Recognize this at all?
Yeah, he fixed my laptop.
Does he live locally?
I think so.
So maybe it was his laptop or something?
Don't think so.
A pin for his laptop.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Thank you, come again.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
Have you seen this before?
No.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
IT tech, so it's probably his computer password or something. Why am I ringing the bell?
Please. Thank you. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
That's all for the moment. Thank you. Atlas.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Know anything about this?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. We have our own IT chap. Lovely chap, in fact. Fat and sweaty, though. It's like a double act, doesn't it?
Have you seen this before?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay. So we can try the door on the right again now. What's in here? I noticed that when I went in on the left. So now we have this room. Nothing to click on. Should we use the mask in here? Where is it? Nope. Okay. So it wants us to ask Paul now.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Do you know who this is? Dean Hayfield, Aztec.
Sorry, never heard of him. We have some prisoner of sort who does our IT. Large guy. No manners.
Seen this before anywhere?
No.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So where would we use that pen number? Ring, ring.
Carry on, Jenks.
Not much else has happened, except I found out that Simon Thompson owns a car which he lends out to friends, apparently.
Bit trusted.
That's what I thought.
Anything else?
I'm afraid that's all I've got at the moment.
Well, keep going, Jenks. Go and quiz Thompson about that car, will you?
Will do, Chief.
Aye.
Okay.
Ask
Boom,
about a
boom,
few
boom,
more
boom.
things, please.
I think you dropped this outside. Someone you know.
Oh, this is just from some.
What am I missing? Oh. Hmm. There's got to be something we got to look at. So he owns a car, right? We got that part down. He owns a car. Now remember about the bicycle. Okay.
So the
now what?
bike's the only way you can get to work, yes?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the car?
No, I can't drive the car yet, can I? I don't have my license.
Right.
I got a windfall from an insurance payout. Just figured I'd buy something sensible with it straight away instead of wasting the money.
What was the insurance payout?
It was for a laptop. It got stolen down at Atlas.
At Atlas?
Well, they didn't break in. I think they just walked in and took it. The laptop was in a storeroom, but I think the lock was broken, to be honest.
Doesn't sound like they're taking their security very seriously.
Actually, it got a lot better after that.
Think I'll check it anyway.
Must have been a very nice laptop to be able to buy a car with the insurance. Or a very cheap car. Might have to have a talk with Ryan about his security measures.
Let's go find out. We're going to go to Emma
That's
first.
It for the time being. Thank you.
Did you know about Simon's laptop being stolen?
Yeah, because it had all my college work on it, which I hadn't backed up or saved. Not that it mattered much, but I did buy a new one. And Simon uses it now. When I let him.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So it wants us to go back up here. Go in here. And then he's back in the left.
Couple more questions, if that's
Boom,
okay.
boom, boom, boom.
Were you at Atlas when Simon's laptop was stolen?
Oh, I believe I was, yes. It was taken from the storeroom in the hallway.
Was it ever recovered?
No, we didn't catch anyone. We're quite exposed out here. Somebody could just wandered along the lanes, seen into the storeroom. It's not particularly secure. They could have been in and out within minutes. That's why we advise people to keep their valuables with them. You can't be too careful these days, Inspector.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
There's a reading room. But didn't they call one a storage room? Let's ask Paul.
A few more questions, please.
And what do you know about Simon's laptop being stolen from Atlas?
Oh, no, I wasn't happy about it.
What did you do about it?
Ryan paid a con man to install a complicated CCTV system at twice the price that it would probably have cost. Seemed to do the trick, though. We haven't had a theft since.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
We call the chief. Oh, wife's calling. Hang on.
Made a bit of a discovery at the pub, Chief. Apparently Rebecca takes what I think is a morphine derivative. She had some on prescription in a cupboard at the pub.
And what did she say about that?
Well, I couldn't make her out, to be honest, but she didn't admit it was morphine. And I saw Ryan taking something from the cupboard too. Didn't see what it was, though.
It could have been the same thing. Well, check it out and get back to me, will you?
Certainly will. Speak later.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, I'm back. Wait, what did he say to do? I didn't see that.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. Alright, so we'll have to see what he said. We'll look in the press escape. Chief call. More about the prescription meds. Hey, what's that up there? Nothing here. Maybe we go further up. Nothing else up here since. We don't know where to put the pin number. Oops, wrong thingy. Okay, wrong button again. Wait, maybe we need to go in the back. Investigate behind the pub. Nothing else in here, huh? Okay. So we just came from there. Now we turn left. Straight again. Back up one. No, not to the lodge. Back up again. Go right. Nothing. Back. Right. Right. Nothing. Oh. So let's go here. It's gotta be something. Let me go back one.
few more questions, if you don't mind. The cupboard downstairs, there's a lot of unopened stuff in it.
Is there?
Prescriptions. Made out to you. Thank you. Probably be back later.
There's gotta be one on here that she didn't say or something. I swore I spoke with him already.
A few more questions, if
Boom,
you don't
boom,
mind.
boom, boom.
Do you know what the medicine in the cupboard at the pub is for?
You'd better ask Rebecca about that. I'm not.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So I seem to be missing an item. I mean, it says we still got to talk about the meds. It's got to be something that she's lying about. Wait. I just remembered. Okay, it says about medicines, right? But remember when she said something about how when we were talking about the drugs and stuff, she doesn't like taking any of that stuff?
A couple more questions.
I just remembered that. That would have been under the drugs. Gotcha. I remembered.
So, you don't take any medicines except for prescription painkillers.
Well, they're not actually for me, they're Ryan's. For some reason, the chemist always makes them out to my name. He's an old gentleman.
Does Ryan need prescription painkillers?
Yes, he's got arthritis.
Really? He's young to suffer from that, isn't he?
He doesn't have it badly, but he does need medication from time to time.
What medicine is it?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Ryan will know.
So Ryan's the one using the prescriptions. I think I might have a word with him, work out exactly what this medicine is.
So now we're talking to him.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. Tell me about your arthritis.
Oh, you found out about that. Well, yes, I'm old before my time.
That's very unlucky to have it so young.
Well, I take a lot from life, Inspector, and sometimes life likes to give you a little bit back. I mean, it's not too bad, it's not too debilitating. It's mainly some in my right hand, some in my left hand. It's not particularly a problem. Makes it difficult to hold small things, though.
What do you take for it?
I get a prescription painkiller.
How often do you need that?
Not often, as and when. I keep some here, I keep some at home. It's not a problem.
And then he drinks alcohol on top of it?
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Okay, so now we ask Daddy-O about it.
When did Ryan begin to suffer from arthritis?
Ryan doesn't suffer from arthritis.
Really?
The only thing that Ryan suffers from is a pathetic inability to deal with any kind of discomfort. He pulled his back sometime last year. Since then, he's going around telling everybody he suffers from arthritis.
I thought he had medication for it.
Oh, he only has medication because his GP, who is almost as dysfunctional as he is, keeps prescribing it for him.
So you don't believe he really has arthritis?
Not at all.
Okay. So
Be back
now
later on,
what?
if that's okay.
So it says we still got to ask things to Simon and Emma.
Just a few more
Boom,
questions,
boom, boom,
if you
boom.
don't mind.
Did you know about Ryan Round's arthritis?
Arthritis? I didn't think Ryan had arthritis.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
All right, here we
Ask
go.
about a few more things, please.
Did you know about Ryan's arthritis?
Ryan? He's got arthritis?
Apparently.
Oh, I didn't know. I hadn't noticed he had any problems.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Okay. So what are we looking for now? There's a pin, but we don't know what to do on the thing for it. Or where the computer is. Don't know where else to look at this point. Oh. I mean, we've already looked back at the back of this place, right? Wait a second. What about... Wait, we already went in here, didn't we? Yeah, we did. So now where do we go? It's just about, I mean, that's the one thing with the game. You gotta know who to talk to about what, when, why, where. And then when it is that you need to actually point out a lie. Wait.
Thank you.
So,
Probably be back
no, I
later.
went to the wrong place. Not the dad. Apparently, I gotta go to him. Atlas. Go to the dude at Atlas.
A few more questions, please.
Okay, so they got a policy. Oh. Hmm. Wait a second. Let's see what we got on match here, because this is getting confusing. Doesn't keep medicine on site. Got it.
So, you don't keep any medicines on site at Atlas?
No.
Except your prescription painkillers?
Well, these are not available to the students.
But they are kept on site?
Yes, but they're locked away. They're kept in the storeroom. Nobody would have access to them.
You're sure about that?
Absolutely sure.
And what are the painkillers, Ryan?
Painkillers. Just painkillers.
Normal painkillers, huh?
Paracetamol, codeine, morphine.
Well, all right, they're morphine tablets, yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on, Inspector. I know what you're thinking, but there's no way Kate could have had access to them.
Because they're in the storeroom?
Well, not just that. She wouldn't have even known about them, or where they were.
Sure about that?
Yes.
So it is morphine Ryan's taking. The pieces are starting to come together.
Is it now?
Now I just have to work out how Kate got hold of it. If it was Ryan's morphine she got hold of course.
Has no interest in drugs. That don't match. Okay, so we already said storeroom. Okay. The storeroom, and then the arthritis. There, because it's not a secure storeroom.
So the storeroom isn't particularly secure, yet you keep your morphine tablets in there. I thought you said no one could get access to the morphine, but they could, quite easily, couldn't they, Ryan?
I didn't mean that storeroom. I meant a different storeroom. I keep them in there.
Okay. So where was it locked up?
It's upstairs. It's got a combination lock on it. Nobody could have access to it except me and Dad. Nobody.
I might have a look at that if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
Alright, so now we're going upstairs.
Room, I see. Well, I might have a look around for that. See how secure and combination locked it really is.
Okay, y'all, we're getting something here, okay? He's saying about the laptop, but guess what? That's not the laptop. And that IT guy is probably their IT guy. And that code to get the drugs are up in there. You know what I'm saying? Let's go find that out.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
So we're going up the stairs now. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. There we go.
Welcome to the mirror room.
The mirror room.
This exercise is all about identifying the difference between the image one presents to the world and one's real self, which lies deep in our unconscious. As you move through the network of mirrors, practice seeing yourself as a stranger. The more you separate from your persona, the more aware you will become of your true desires and ambitions. Chant with us. I am free from my image. I am free from my past.
I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself. I am free from my image.
I am free from my image.
And I'm free. There it is. Turn it off.
This
Okay.
exercise involves the use of liberation masks. You have now completed Module 1. Module 2 covers boundary testing, threshold testing, and extreme testing. Please read the notes carefully before attempting the module.
Wait, what did that just say? Okay. So now we go talk about the mirror room.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Can you tell me what you know about the mirror room upstairs?
Oh, you found that then. Well, it's very similar to the costumes, Inspector. It's designed to help the students look at themselves differently.
And what do you do with the mirrors?
You look at yourself, Inspector. You look at yourself until you start seeing yourself as others do. And you don't see yourself as you do anymore. It really, the idea is that you can see yourself eventually any way you wish.
So why in a locked room?
To make sure you're not distracted, that's all.
How often is it used?
Not often, a few times a month. Some students find it useful, some don't.
Hmm. So the mirror room is used by students, right? Well, it says... It says that I'm getting confused more and more. Oh. Mirror room is used a few times a month. I mean, what else is it we need to do up here? Is there something we missed? Nothing to get in here. I thought he said that it was up here.
A few more questions.
Boom,
if you
boom,
don't
boom.
mind.
I think we're going to have to get to a pause here because I got to do some shopping and then I'll come back on and finish it. So we're going to go ahead and stop the stream for the time being and I will be back, y'all.